Hi there, stream 282, and once again, I'm going to be going through some past notes and to-dos. I need to do this, I think, until I catch up, and I'm going to try to mix it up with some coding. So if I don't actually get coding within the first hour or two, I'll probably put the notes off to the side and work on something, get back to the notes. But I'm hoping that a lot of the to-dos that I run into in my notes will involve a little bit of coding, so that it's not so boring. Hey there, Gally, and also Nui. How are you guys doing? Using an IRC client, the chat looks a bit weird, but it reminds me of old times. Aw. Like, how old? Like, what was it called? ICQ? Does it remind you of ICQ? Or are we talking like actual IRC? Like, from Unix terminals and that kind of thing? Oh, let me see if I'm missing anything. I need to start my view timer. Updated my stream title. Okay, I haven't yet made a link to this page, and I haven't cleared this stuff out yet. Let me do that. So it's basically the same plan as yesterday, only I want to get a little bit further into it. Let's see. I need to get a link to the page. Maybe one day I will work on an automation tool to do this for me. We could actually look up and see this. Is there like a way to automate looking at or finding a shortcut to a page in OneNote online? And is there a way to automate tiny URL? If so, I could just write a Python script to do this stuff for me, right? Copy a link, go to tiny URL, paste, submit, copy that to clipboard, put it there. Okay, looks good to me. And then I forgot to do this yesterday. I actually need to go back and actually paste it here. And let's see, put it in the game too. Looks like trigger to me. TRGGAE6. Interesting. Okay. And then let me also put it into Discord. Discord. Another day of trying to catch up on my own stream notes. Okay, that's done. Let me turn on the bot, because I almost forgot to do that too. Wonder if the background of this thing I should make it opaque so that we can actually read it. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Is this easy to do in OBS? Let me see. It might be in the properties of this thing. Background color, here we go. I can select an opacity. Maybe 50? Maybe a little bit more? I think I also want to change the font from boring Arial to something else. What would be a cool font? And don't say Comic Sans. Actually, why not Comic Sans? Comic. Oh, what is that? Toulouse. 5 months. That's like. Hold on. I gotta do some quick math. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is important. Mars year. 687. Okay. 5 months divided by. Wow, that's more than 20% of a Martian year. Good job. I have to memorize that. 687. So it's like roughly 2 years on Earth. Thank you for the support, Toulouse. I appreciate it. Did that actually set the font? Yeah, it did. That's Comic Sans. I don't really think I should use Comic Sans. What else could I use that looks cool? I don't know. What do I use in my game? Maybe I'll pick that. Let's see. I would find this by going to my game's front end tool. Hold on. I can do this. Pro developer here. Oh, I'm in the totally wrong project. That's why. Open recent game. Okay. And then hide everything. Player console. Do I list this in my index? I probably do here, right? All right. Now, do I have those fonts installed? I might. Let me see if I can find them. How do I actually type that in here? Oh, here we go. Meta. Oh. I can't type more than one character of it. How lame. Okay, I don't have the first one, Metamorphosis. Do I have Diagoth? I do not. I guess I could install them locally. How hard would that be? I'd have to like find them in Explorer. Exploder. Okay, let's do this. Open a new window. I'm gonna go to my games folder. The font is actually there. I could just install it on my Windows. Why not, right? It would be public, I think. There it is. True type font. And then I'd right click and I do install, right? It's installing the font. Okay. And I probably need to restart the pick a font thing. Still not showing up. Why would it not show up? Maybe I have to stop OBS. I don't want to have to stop OBS. How about if I cancel that and then open it up again? Yeah, oh well, I don't want to have to stop OBS. That would be stopping the stream for a second. I don't want to do that. I guess I'll do that later. What's a cool font you guys think I should use? Verdana? There we go, there's Verdana. Hey there, TS Jost. Trying to just pick a font for this new little overlay thingy I added. How are you doing? You want a font? How about Helvetica font? Helvetica font. Let's see, what does it look like in my overlay right now? It's too big. I guess I can reduce it, or I could just let me compare that with what's HelveticaFont.com? Is that just a font foundry? What does Helvetica actually look like here? I don't even have Helvetica. Well, that solves that. Oh, it's on Verdana Bold. That's why. Let's go to regular. I don't know. I guess it looks okay. Reduce the size, maybe? What's it on? It's on 36 point. Actually, the font size doesn't matter. I can just size it however I want, right? So, unlock and just fix its position, I guess. Fix its size. Like that. Lock it in place. Sure. Helvetica is the font used for pretty much everything in design. I don't know why it's not installed or why the OBS doesn't see it. Helvetica. I didn't see the two L's. Bad kerning. Oh, is it because it's expensive? That's why it's not in Windows? Really? Okay. Okay, hey there, Red Sky 1, by the way. And I didn't say hi to Toulouse. Because technically, oh, you did laugh. Okay, I'm like, technically you didn't chat, but you did chat. So there you go. Okay, yeah, so now I'm experimenting with putting a little piece of text about my current task, and that's fed from a file in my working directory, so I can say, like, wasting time, hit save, and then it should, boom, it's the current task, wasting time. There we go. So that people come in and, like, have no idea what the heck I'm doing, could at least maybe get a hint from what's above my head. I could say something like, currently working on a game script, or currently explaining C++11 streams, or whatever. I just have to get it to have of doing it. Oh, my camera's a little... Oh, it's because it's dark today. My camera's gonna have a little bit of trouble. Hold on. Camera, filters, chroma key, and then make it a little more aggressive. And make it too aggressive. Ah! I'm melting! It's a happy medium between that and that. It changes depending on the light level. We'll go with that for now. Turning into 16-bit avatar, exactly. Yeah. I wish I had more control about my environment. Actually, I wish I had an office because I'm getting these office toys now, and I know where to put them. I got this kinetic sand, which I think is pretty cool, and it's just a box of sand, but it's a special kind of sand that doesn't stick to your hands, and you can mold it. You look it up, kinetic sand, and it's like a really cool idle toy to just play around with when you're just if you need, like, you know, some people need to have something that to play with their hands, like a fidget spinner or whatever. This is kind of like that, but I don't have anywhere to put it. So that, and like I can't control the lighting very well. I have like a light bulb over there to give me some light on my face, and then I have a window over there. But then if it's cloudy outside like it is right now, it doesn't really help so much. When are they going to invent transparent backdrops instead of green backdrops? There are a couple different things I was looking into. Like, you can get a binocular camera that can filter based off of depth. So something right here would be invisible, but over here would be visible. So just the depth difference would set the visibility. That looked cool. I just need a separate office space because there are two problems. I'm like really constrained with what I can show. And this microphone is a dynamic mic with a very, very steep cutoff off to the side, so that when the dog barks or kids are at home, you can't hear all that. You can't make things in front be transparent. No, the other way around. It would be, you make yourself appear, and then if you step back like that, then you disappear. By the way, Botland. Anyway, enough chit chat. Let me get to work here. Don't need that open anymore. Let's park this window here in case someone asks about it and minimize it. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull it off to starter town. Then minimize it. Because there's an issue with if sound stuff gets generated and then I restore the window, it all plays at the same time and it gets really loud. When do we get MORPG shirts? Probably when there is more to the game and people care about it. Just use transparent paper. Could probably make a depth camera thing with Connect. I don't know. Oh, Connect the, is that was an Xbox accessory, right? Or is it a Wii accessory? I can't remember. But yeah, we just need more sensors. The solution to any problem, more sensors. The Microsoft thing, right? But I might look into a binocular camera because then I wouldn't need the silly web around that I have behind my chair, and then I could have more free motion and actually show more, and you just wouldn't see it because it'd be too far away, and it would just be filtered out by depth. That would be cool. Anyway, so I've been going through my own stream notes since I'm on stream 282, and every stream, typically, I put in these to-dos for things that I don't feel like doing at the moment, but I do need to get done. And I have been really bad at actually getting to them. I caught up a little bit between streams, so I'm roughly around 50. I think I ended at 30 yesterday. I'm going to do a little bit of it, especially if it involves actually coding. And once I've gotten fed up with it, then I'll go do something like coding. Let's see, where was I? Right, I had been updating the web server's README. I did that. I fixed that. I did that. Okay, so am I on this one then? No, I'm past that one. I got into TLS. I got past all this stuff. Oh yeah, I still have that Raimu.com domain. I'm not really using it for anything. I wonder if I should keep it or let it go. Command for creating a self-signed certificate and key. Maybe I file that away under tips. I think I could have used this. A tips on TLS SSL. Actually, we'll just paste it. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. No, the whole thing. The whole thing. Under tips. This is a Stack Overflow page that gave me the command for creating a self-signed certificate. And it didn't paste it correctly. Let's do a paste with formatting. There we go. Nice. Why not use the free SSL cert for Ramu.com? That's what I've been using. You should either automate it or I should just go renew it. I think it's probably way, way, way expired by this time. But like, I don't know what to do with the domain. I got the domain and I was playing around with it, but I really didn't have any use for it afterwards. Okay, this is the command itself. Let's pull that note in as well for the tips here. Let's do that. Okay. Seems since the Windows update, you get more frequent blue screens. Oh no. That sucks. I know Tim Baudette was getting lockups. So he'll get like anywhere between 1 to like 5 or 6 lockups on his stream, right? TS Jost. For me, the only effect, I was, expecting the worst, that I'd have to go reinstall Windows. But the worst that I got was the microphone selection in OBS reverted to the default, which is not going through voice meter, and so it was dead. And so I had to go and reset the mic setting in OBS. But that was the only problem I had. Yeah, and Adam in his channel today was seeing issues with was it his Botland program had 5 or 6 copies running, and I thought maybe it's Windows Update. So glad to be on Linux. I thought about that. Actually, I updated my Linux box to have the latest packages for the version of Linux Mint that I'm on, because I'm thinking, maybe I should start putting OBS on that and having that as an alternate system, so that if my Windows craps out, then I can just say, not to worry, I can just hit this. I have actually a KVM switch. I could switch to the Linux box, and if I have OBS running there, then we continue our work, right? Don't let the Windows get us down. Maker marker stream. I never looked into that. Maybe I should have... Did I have that under research? Like other streamers to check out? Maybe? Yeah, maybe. Other streamers to check out. And then let me actually make a page for that. Because I had really, really old notes about that. I remember seeing this, and I think I didn't do anything about it. Let me find it again. Like within the first 20 streams, someone gave me like the names of, there we go, Nibbles.io. Actually, these two. I have no idea what these streams are, if they actually still exist. But someone recommended them to me, and I feel like obligated to at least check it out if someone bothered to tell me about them. Maybe they're great people, just don't have a lot of followers, and then we can highlight them. And where was I now? Right, machine learning. Why? I don't know why it says a few months. But that was over a year ago, so if there's anything still there, it might be good. Let's see. I'm not going to do this now. I'm just writing down to do it later. Log. Take a look at book recommendations, data science. Okay, so let's make that another research topic. Topics to be researched. Take a look at book recommendation. Got it. So now it's on my research list. 60. Twitch arguments messages. What's this? Oh, Twitch augments messages sometimes with tags which come before the prefix and are marked. Oh yeah, we knew that. Some numerical. Oh, we already handled some of these, right? Name of someone in a channel and end up. Okay, I ended up doing this one, the names list, in my stream helper. So it's in my Twitch library already. Some ones we handle. Okay, I think at this point I was taking notes because I was doing research live on stream, right? So I ended up implementing all of these things. Right. So yeah, I did all of that stuff. What if we try to send a message to a channel we haven't joined? Actually, that would be cool to try out. So let me make that a side project. Overall list. What happens if we try to send a message to a channel we haven't joined? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't go through. Maybe it goes through. We just don't know what happened. All right. Check YouTube channel page to make sure there's a link to the notebook there. Oh, did I do that? I might not have done that. That should be what? That's something I actually have to do while not streaming. It's not a side project or research. I don't really have a... This is where I have trouble with organization. I don't really have a bin to put this in. It's... Okay, maybe I have to make it in a private notebook? No, I can put it in this one. Where to put it? I wanted to deprecate to-do because I think this just ends up being a dumping ground. Oh, what's my current version? 1809. I purposefully told Windows do not update until it's been 365 days, and I put it on the semi-annual, like, don't give it to me until, like, everyone else has it, kind of, like, basically delay as long as possible. Give me the security updates. I don't want the feature updates, right? I don't care. I don't care about feature updates to Windows. I just want a stable, reliable platform. Yeah, so 1909, I think, is the bleeding edge, unless you're in the Windows Insider program, and then you're just crazy. So I'm on 1809, which I guess it's 1 year old, right? And it looked like I will be forced to move again in May of 2020. So now I'm at the back of the train, basically. I have to update just as often as if I was at the front, only I'm like 1 year delayed, which I guess is okay. I figured that it's given Microsoft a year to work on any bugs in that version, whereas the current version, 1909, they haven't had very much time at all to work out the bugs in that one. You know, when you think about it, 1809 should be a lot more stable and reliable than 1909, just without the features that I don't need. Watch me not care about the features that are new in Windows. You guys ever seen that? I think it was Simpsons episode or something like that. It was like, watch me not care. That comes back to my mind once in a while, and I don't remember what it's from. I thought it was a Simpsons, though. Or maybe it was some random comic. Where am I going to put this damn note? You know, I should probably have a, like, urgent to-do, like, that I will do that day or week or something. I'm tempted to just move it. Let me move it to a private notebook. Yeah, let me have something here in my private notebook. That way, because stuff that's urgent, day, week, can also include non-stream private stuff. Okay, so do today or do this week. And let me make it the like top thing. And the first thing in that list is going to be to make sure my YouTube channel links back to my stream notebook. Okay, I've now put that in the right place. I don't know if it's the best, but my objective in getting better organized is to have a proper bin to put things in and try to eliminate dumping grounds. Hey there, Radon90. How are you doing? So yeah, this like to-do that I'm deprecating ended up being a dumping ground for like all sorts of junk that I would never actually look at. It's a little bit of an improvement to move these into GitHub, but not much. I need to get into the habit of when I make these lists of things to do, to actually go do them. Or decide that, you know, I'm actually never going to do it and just close it. I feel better about having this stuff in GitHub, though, because then there's actually a URL, other people can see it, so I'm somewhat more accountable. And I can actually make the decision, we're going to close this ticket, and I have to explain why. Whereas in this notebook, I could just delete it, and I don't want that temptation. Okay. Okay, I did try out C-Line at one point. It didn't really fit for me, but it looked okay. I think I had a write-up somewhere. I got the PC specs, yes. Right. Why is the bot not receiving whisper message when I whisper it? I think I did that. because it does get whispers now. On the Twitch chat. Yeah, I think that works now. Old problems. I was in Adam's chat until 10 minutes ago. That's why I was a little bit late, because I was having so much fun in Adam's stream. And I was this close to saying, you know, I'd just rather hang out on Adam's channel and not stream today. But then I had the second thought, which is, I feel better getting stuff accomplished. Streaming helps me get stuff accomplished for work. And so if I don't stream now, I will regret it later. And that's why I said, okay, I'll turn off Adam's channel. Sorry, Adam, I need to do some work now. And I can always go back and watch his VOD. Kind of sucks that I can't see it in real time and engage in chat, but you know, gotta get work done. Oh yeah, that thing really cracked me up. The banning. So gives people some context. I hang out on Adam13531's channel, and he's streaming right now. And I don't mind if you want to check his channel out. I look up to him as an awesome streamer. He had a bug where someone tried to play his game on their Android device and it didn't work. So he posted a bug report to Adam saying, "Hey, Botland doesn't work on my phone." So Adam was like going down the road of, you know, we can find out we can ask them what model their phone is, and then we can actually go into the Google Play settings for the app and just say, well, it doesn't work for this phone model, so don't let anyone play it on that phone model. So it's like blacklisting that phone, and that just cracked me up. I'm like, okay, that's going to be the solution to any bug. Oh, you have this bug? Sorry, your phone's blacklisted now. Hey there, Rhyolite. How are you doing? Rhyolite's another streamer I think you should check out if you haven't seen it. How do I... It's not oh, there we go. Auto-completing your name now works. I had to type like 4 characters though. How are you doing today? So Rhyolite likes to stream a lot of cool science stuff. So it fits very well into science and tech. If you're interested in how the brain works, he has one of many different techniques of exploring that. So how learning and structures in the brain work and adapt and all that stuff. Radon90 says, I'm a mobile developer, honestly, and sadly, sometimes it's the only solution. Or you mean to just say, sorry, your app doesn't work on that phone? Yeah, especially if like there are like tens of thousands of different Android devices, and like, well, we can't get one of those phones, so we honestly can't test on it very well. Yeah, he's going down the road of blacklisting phone models. I said, well, maybe like wait until you get 2 or 3 reports about the same model phone not working with your app. And maybe you'll put a little thought into it might not work because maybe it's too old. Maybe it's running an older version of Android. I don't know. Maybe you give it a little bit of a consideration, but in the end, it's like, well, that phone is just too old. We can't support it. And then you just take it off of the list of supported platforms. Again, how can a website not work on a specific phone model? It's an actual app now. When you put it on your phone, it's kind of like Electron. So there's a web wrapper. And so it could be that the amount of WebGL that he does in his game could be stressing, you know, the amount of memory required both in the WebGL and just in general, and the app might be stressing certain platforms, especially older ones. So, you know, and the definition of not working could be pretty wide. It could be that it's just slow or that it crashes, right? It could be anything. It's up to interpretation. So yeah, he's using WebGL. He's using Pixie.js, which is a wrapper on top of WebGL to do the graphics in his game. I'm doing the same thing, you know. My game is using WebGL, not directly, but all of this is in Phaser, and Phaser uses WebGL. So if I inspected this element, it would show up as a canvas. And if we looked at the output of Phaser, it would probably tell us that this canvas is WebGL accelerated. So, you know, people will say, well, what if you just turn off hardware acceleration? Then it's CPU intensive to do the drawing, and you know, on an older phone, it might not run really well, right? My game probably won't work really well on a very, very old device that's software graphic, you know, non-hardware accelerated. For all I know, I might have the same problem in the future, you know. Anyway, that was funny though. I really got into like, for some reason it cracked me up that he would start blacklisting phones that had problems with this game. I don't know. I have a weird sense of humor sometimes. Things are really funny to me that people look at me like, that's not that funny. I'm like, it is to me, and I can't explain why. Okay, what was I looking at here? That was part of the plan. Okay, I didn't have any notes, but this caught my eye. Anonymous listening to chat, this will still work. Yes, I know that works. I actually coded that into the library. And I wonder why people who make bots don't use that. If you're curious about what I just said, if you can follow that link that was in there, or better yet, I can just show you. If you're considering making a Twitch bot and you don't want it, if you want to be polite and have it not show up in the list of chatters, there's a really easy way to do that. You just use an anonymous nickname pattern, and that's what it looks like. You just make it start with Justin Fan, and then you have one or more digits that follows it. And then if you join the channel, the way my code works is if you join the channel with an anonymous nickname pattern, it doesn't need to send the nickname. It doesn't need to send a password. It is joining anonymously. So where does that show up? It's at some point where we send the pass. Right. If it's an anonymous connection, you skip the password line, you just do nickname and you're in, and you don't show up in the chatters list. Yeah, it does, TS Joss. It just has to, you skip the pass line, so you don't send this at all, and it'll work as long as the nick that you pick starts with Justin Fan. And I don't know if that's documented anywhere, but it's fairly well known. No, it's really old. It's been there for a while. At least a year, because I've been using it for a year. For my lurker program. Lurk. Yeah, anyway, that's what this note was about. Does it still work? Yes, it does still work. In fact, I could probably go to that and see how old that discussion is. April 2015. Someone said it's broken, and it ended up being that they were doing it wrong. At the end, I think, it probably said like, oh, well, I didn't send the right thing, or I was doing a password, or something like that. And it's like, don't send the password. Oh, no, it was a regression. Right, so someone on Twitch staff said it was a regression, and they fixed it. So even if it's undocumented, it's something that they support, even to the point of if they break it, they will fix it. And that's as old as 2015, so there you go. Oh, it was that they didn't have the fan. You have to have the whole string, Justin Fan. Because it's based off of Justin TV, right? JTV. Anyway, going back. So we're done with 64, 65. I think at 65 is still doing the Twitch stuff. Make system abstractions replace. I think that ended up going into my string extensions library. Let me check. If it didn't, maybe I need to consider adding it. Maybe I called it something else other than replace. I could have sworn I had it in there. Maybe I don't have it. It's probably private to some other library. So this would be a good addition, right? I think I called it expand. Called expand? That's for ticket names. What is it? Was it replace? No. I know I've done this. I did it in the email stuff. Let me find it where I did it in the email stuff. That would have been in the game here under coordinator mail, I think. I'm trying to find this. On queue mail. That's for the headers. Where's the mail constructed though? I'm looking for a call to a function that I forgot the name of it. Maybe, though, it's already set up before this point. You've had problems with your router dropping the IPv6 LAN interface, still having a WAN address, but not a proper internet connection. Oh, we found the issue. Please wait for... Oh, so actually they had a problem? That hardly ever happens, right? Yeah, it could be. Maybe you're the first person to actually test IPv6. Who knows? Who knows? Be surprised, right? You think like, oh, I'm not the first person to do that. And it's like, yeah, you were. You're a trendsetter, a trailblazer, TS Jost. You didn't know that? Why are there some apps using special names like Electric Longboard and those things? I suspect that a lot of those bots are just so old that it predates the anonymous Twitch connection, or the bot writers didn't even know about it, or maybe they just didn't care. Like, I was looking at Lurks the other day. It's a bot that that's actually one of those more polite bots where you can actually say something in your chat and their bot will leave your channel. But one of the things it said was like, "Why did you make this bot?" And the guy said, "Well, I just wanted to do it. It was cool." So he probably just didn't care to look into how to make it an anonymous connection. He's like, "Oh, I'll just call it Lurks. It'll join all the channels I want," and it isn't. He probably doesn't care too much. So that's probably why a lot of bots don't join anonymously. They just don't care. They didn't even know that they could. And who knows why it's undocumented? It's a mystery to me. Maybe they don't want everyone to do it for some reason, but then why would they make it public? And yeah, it doesn't make much sense to me. Security through obscurity, but it's not that obscure. I tend to think that they just don't document their stuff very well, and maybe they're like, well, should we even document this? Because it doesn't help us to have people join anonymously. I don't know. Who knows? Okay, if the replacement stuff isn't done here, it's done somewhere before this, right? This is just all... We just see if it's discarded or not. Where does it actually go into the mail queue? Actually, mail queue would be the place to look, right? Mail queue. Where do we... What are its... let me go to its public interface. Actually, there we go. Let's look at queue. We'll track this down. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Queue. Full string. Okay. There's where we queue something. Tired memes. But that's in the test. It might be before it hits the mail queue. So would that be in the executor here? Okay, it may be in the queue mail command. So that would be something that is done where? Auth. Substitution map, here it is. Okay, I did it here. Wait a minute. Substitution map, where does that go? Instantiate template, there it is. Yes, I wanted to make this more generic. I think that's what so I'm gonna take... This is inside my game server. I want to put this out into my string extensions library. So let me open up... yeah, go back in my GitHub. Hold on. I'm not sure what's in this history here. Oh, no, that's okay. So I was looking at that earlier. String extensions. Let me just make a new issue. So, incorporate string expansion substitution utility. So, currently such a thing is implemented in Realm server instantiate template. New issue. There we go. Okay. I think that's what I was going at for this. It's replacing variable references with their actual values. Look into an unordered map. I actually did do that, but one thing I haven't figured out, which I want to add to a research, actually a side project. Let's add it to the side project. Learn how to make a custom key for standard unordered set and standard unordered map. I don't know actually how to do that properly, and I fumbled with that on stream before. The gist of it is I'm used to using standard set and standard map, where the only requirement of the key is that it has an order function, so like not an order, a sorting function, operator less than. With unordered set and unordered map, it's not a sorted container, it is a hashed container, so there's a hashable requirement for the key, and I don't know how to do that. So one idea would be to actually make a stream out of that, where it's like one of those learning streams. And I want to do this more often. Streams where I'm learning something new, because I think that is useful in two ways. People watching live can help me out, or if they don't know it, they're learning along with me. And the point number two would be I could turn it around as a YouTube video, edit it a bit, and it's now a training video. Yeah, so at one point I want to learn C++ 20. I want to upgrade to C++ 17 based off of the list that I had here of reasons to move to it. And there's a bunch of other stuff. So we'll make learning how to make a custom key for that one of my side projects. Hey there, Atomic Nibble. How are you doing? Okay, loose ends. What did I not cross out? Everything's crossed out. Okay, moving on. Stream 66. Should handle both transfer and content encodings. I don't think I actually did that, but I remember kind of putting that into GitHub though. So let me look at the issues. It might actually already be in here. Nope. Let's add it. Yes. So I don't know if I'm doing this correctly. Client can signal willingness to accept transfer encodings with the TE header. I just need to look at this. So let's take that. And I've learned yesterday that I can't just paste it in. I have to do that and then take it back. Well, I can format it a little bit here. And then paste it here. So support transfer encodings, transfer codings. New issue, done. Content coding. So we do support this. I ended up doing it later. I don't know about this vary header. Do we do the vary header? Vary. Looks like it's included as a header not allowed in a trailer, at least. Server tests. Is that just it includes it? That it's okay, but we don't actually use it. That might be a problem. What does this say? Should include a vary header to indicate that the vary source varies depending on the client's request headers. You usually want to say vary except encoding. Since the compressed resource, we don't actually do that though. I should probably add a bug here. Wait, see you, Rally Monkey. Sorry you have to go. Hello and goodbye. Okay, take that text. Let's make a new issue here. Server should include vary header in responses. Server should include vary header to indicate that the resource varies depending on the client's request headers. In other words, you usually want to say vary except encoding. Since a compressed resource is represented differently than an uncompressed resource, has different tags, etc., etc. We don't do that right now. At least not in the main HTTP library. Blue screens of death seems to be caused by kernel memory corruption. Ooh, that's horrible. So they got like a kernel bug. Time to move to Linux. Flee to Linux while you can. All right, hash function stuff. What did I end up saying here? Look for more test vectors. Maybe the same Australian said that had SHA-1. Make a class template for hash function. I ended up doing that, so that's fine. Why is parse request not static? I don't know. Let's see. Parse request. Where is it declared? Oh, it's just there in the impl. I don't know. I can make it static and see what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, we're about to see why it needs to be static. It needed to be static because we're using next raw request part. No, but that's there. Oh, it's header line limit. Right, so the configuration of the server is used by parse request. Okay, well, I've answered that question. It can't be static because it depends on the configuration of the server. Moving on. Split uses single character delimiter while join uses a string not balanced. That is true. Let's find split. It's in string extensions now. Go to its declaration. So split splits on a character but not a string, and join joins with a string. I suppose we want to do a split on string to make it balanced, but what would that, how would that change the code? It would change the code because instead of doing find first of, we'd have to do a find of a substring. Would that be more expensive if it's a single character substring? Probably not. So, can I just do that now? Just do some coding? I gotta wait for this to build. Vary is basically for unique cache key. Yeah, that's what it looked like. So perhaps it's not something that goes in HTTP. Maybe it goes into the resource handler. So the way I designed the HTTP library, it doesn't know what resources are. It requires you to plug things in. So in the server, there's some dependencies. First of all, you have to give it a transport layer and a way to track time, right? But then if you just tell it to mobilize, it's going to say 404 for everything. So I included in here, where is it? Oh, it's in the public interface. In the public interface, let's find it. Right here, register resource. So the idea is you give a subspace of the URNs in the server. So like /flu/bar would be the subspace that the whatever delegate you pass here would be called when any resource is requested within that subspace. So if you registered for the subspace /foo, and then a client asked for give me /foo/bar.html, it would go to this function and ask for it to provide the resource. And this resource delegate gets the request, and it's supposed to return a response. And that response includes the headers. And so my reasoning, I think, will be that it's up to the resource delegate to fill in the vary header if it's applicable. That's probably how I'll end up resolving that issue. And I'll probably need to document it here, that you should set a vary header if the resource has multiple encodings. But I at least wanted to put it in as a GitHub issue. Yeah, there you go, Anui. Just switch to Arch Linux now. Do it. Do it now. Okay, this build, right? We're all good with building, so let's work on split. It's used in 31 places. Not too bad. I have a test for it. Let's expand on this and say this is split single character, and let's have a split for substring. So split, what are we going to call this? Delimiter? Delimiter. Single character delimiter and multi-character delimiter. So this will maybe be hello : world. Let's put in some single colons. Hello world. This day. So if we split that on the substring of 2 colons, then I expect hello world and this : day, right? Do I want to support this way as well? single character, then I wouldn't break everything. And then, okay, if I do that to make it symmetrical, join should have another alternative, right? Let's do that too. So join multi-character delimiter again, and then we'll have a single one too. Single that takes a character instead of a string. Let's just do colon. So we would expect hello colon world if we joined on that. Alrighty then. We can do this because they are overloads, right? So let's do split first. So this would just be a variant of split that takes a const standard string D. This function breaks the given string at each instance of the given delimiter. I guess the same description works, except for I should probably say, yeah, actually characters is fine. This is a delimiter substring, delimiter substring, which is what the string. Each delimiter substring. Sure, all right. And then we'll go to that implementation. I think I just need to make another one of these. I could make this one be the predominant one and have the single character call the other one, but I don't know how inefficient that would be. I kind of thinking that it'd be better to just have this one be a variant where instead of find first of, we just do find. Right? And then instead of +1, it would be, we'd have to find, let's get the const auto delimiter length is d.length. And then we could just say plus delimiter length here. Can you see the game? Sure. And hello, Will Sambla. How are you doing? So the game is here. Oh, Nui beat me to it. So let me log into my own game. I'll show you what it looks like. You can log in with Twitch if you want, or you can just create an account not linked to Twitch. Either way. I'm going to log in with Twitch. Here I am in my game. So I'm in this little test environment where I can walk around. I have some things in my inventory, and we have a couple NPCs here. We have an enemy, and we have a friendly guy. The friendly NPCs, you can talk to them. So I can say, hey, I need help. Lead me out of the dungeon. And now he will start heading out over, and if I lag too far behind, he'll tell me, hey, come on, catch up. And the game is broken between the server in the backend and the front end, which is running JavaScript. So the server is running C++ with some Lua scripts. And there are some bugs in the Lua scripts right now. For example, George kind of is stuck here because that slime, he wants to go attack it, but he can't reach it through direct line of sight. If I go aggro that slime, George will come in and save me. There it goes. Now he's going to resume his little path. Hey there, player 541. Uh-oh, why is he stuck? Oh. I don't know. Why is he stuck? George, what's wrong? Yes, I need help. Leave me out. Oh, I wonder if he's aggroing on a slime that's around the corner here. Come on, slime. Come back here. Is he just stuck trying to get to something? Maybe. Let's lead enemies to him. You can't type? Hey there, Manez. Trying to figure out why George is stuck right now. I bet it's this guy. Come on, slime. This way. There we go. Get him, George. Pick up the nice gold pieces. Why is he not moving now? There he goes. Finally. George, lead me out. So he leads you out to where these stairs are. You can go up the stairs. Hey, I'm in a new area. I'm actually in the overworld now. But for now, we're going to go back into the dungeon here. And because George is pathing back to his original patrol area, I'm going to follow him. So there's not much to the game yet. It's just a bunch of test content, working on some of the bugs first, and some of the framework, getting it set, and then I'll be adding story to it. So the game is inspired by the old Ultima game. So it's pretty old school, tile-based 2D and all that. And it's going to be focused a lot on story and less on video and sound effects. So it's not going to be a game for everyone. some people have called it more cerebral. So a lot of the game will consist of conversations where you're talking and you have to say keywords. Like in this case, it was help. That's all he really says is, I can lead you out if you want. There are more elaborate dialogues in other parts of the game right now. So I'm at the point in the game where there are some bugs in the Lua scripts that drive the AI, and in fixing them, I made the scripts kind of take too much CPU, and I've been working on optimizing that down to fit within the CPU usage profile I have set for the server. And because it's a little bit slow going, I'm taking a few streams to do some of these side projects where I catch up on some old notes, like things I said I would do and didn't get time to. So we'll be doing a little bit of flip-flopping in the next few weeks between... how come I can't... Oh, because I've been talking. We flip-flopping between actually fixing his Georgia scripts and actually catching up on old to-do items that I didn't get through. But yeah, that's what the game looks like. You can try it out now, but there's not much there. So split. I needed to do join also, right? So join, same kind of thing, except for this is a character, right? And then, actually that's all I need to do. I wonder if I could combine these in some way using a template. Can I have to combine them with a template? Because it's whatever you can left shift into a O-string stream will work for a delimiter. Yeah, that might be kind of interesting. What if we try that? So join becomes a template. This feels wrong, but we can... Should I do this? You know, I'm not going to do it. Although it's very tempting. I'm just going to keep... Oh, did I not declare it? I didn't even declare it. Let's fix that. I need to declare the version that takes a character. Sequence of small strings into one bigger string with each bit separated by the given delimiter character. This is a delimiter character to put between each space. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I could do this with a template. And it's tempting to do that because the body is exactly the same. But I don't really want to, because then the template would allow you to use join with other things that aren't strings or characters, and that just doesn't seem right to me. Anyway, let's build this and make sure the unit tests pass. That suits yourself, that George says? The U looks like an H, probably because of the font. Yeah, there's some weird things with the font. U and V look pretty close together. U and V. Because the U is a little bit pointy, and you're saying that the U and the H look similar. I'm not sure exactly how for you the U looks like an H, but the U is sort of pointy and it kind of looks, it looks to me like a V. Oh, it's a joke. Yeah. Well, for humor works strangely on me. Things that are jokes go over my head, and it's not your fault, it's mine. Okay, something didn't build. What was it? Now it's building. Was that just a spurious issue with the build tools? Sometimes that happens when I accidentally pop up the Test Explorer UI while I'm building, because this Test Explorer UI actually runs programs that we're in the middle of trying to link, and the two tools can clash that way. That's probably what happened. Okay, enjoy walking the dogs. Building, building, building. I'm watching 43, 44. This is making me sleepy. Okay, what can I do while I'm waiting for that? Look at the next thing I'm going to do. Are non-UTF-8 non-ASCII characters supposed to be already encoded in HTTP requests? No, they have to be encoded. Unfortunately, that percent encoding, they aren't percent encoded in the test vectors. Fortunately, something we could fix when reading the test vectors since they're in the first line. So I should look to see if I actually did that. We should have test vectors that include percent escaped non-ASCII UTF-8 characters in the request. So maybe I need to look for some extra test vectors for that. Okay, so we built everything, refresh our tests, and we're just going to run all the string extensions tests. String extensions, here it goes, and they all pass. Makes me nervous when that happens. But here's the split multi-character, so that just worked. And let's sabotage it by adding another colon there. See it fail. It fails because we have this and day are broken up now. Nice. Actually, what happens if I put an extra colon at the end? Does it give? It should give me an extra empty string. It didn't. Is that on purpose? What happens for the single delimiter if I have a space at the end? Maybe that's by design. Maybe I had to trim things off the end. Oh yeah, while remainder is not empty. So if it's an empty string, it won't add it. Okay, I guess that is by design. Actually, what if it's at the front, though? Do I end up with an extra thing at the front? Ardalis! Thank you for the raid! How was your stream? And what did you stream? I don't know if I'm following you. Was it Science and Techie? Was it a game? Oh, we have a problem here. We have inconsistent behavior if there's a delimiter at the front versus the end. What do I do about that? I'm tempted to just... Actually, what? Okay, hold on. What happens if I had two delimiters mid-string? Does it put an empty one in the middle? Yes, it does. So I think if it's at the end, it should give us an empty string at the end, right? Let's make a test for that. First, let me make sure that, yeah, so this test should work again. So yeah, welcome. Streams about clean architecture. You should follow him if you don't already. Okay, will do. Followed. I'm following you now. I bet I have not seen you because you usually stream at the same time I do, which would make sense because you just rated me. But if I ever see you on, I'll check you out. You're on the Live Coders team. Awesome. Livecoders.dev for the win. I joined this team recently, and there are 92 of us now. Really cool. And other cool streamers on there like Clark.io and Lana Lux and Robert Tables and, of course, C# Fritz. Recommend anyone on that Live Coders dev team because they're all vetted streamers who do coding live, and they are enthusiastic about technology and enjoy teaching others. So that's sort of our common theme. Pretty much Fridays 12 to 2. Yeah, so that's probably why I never saw you, because I'd be working and streaming that time. So I'll have to take a Friday off one of these days and check out your stream. I guess I could check out a VOD too. I always like to watch people's live though, because I miss not being able to chat when I'm watching a VOD. Okay, so there's a bug here, right? But first, I should introduce what I'm doing for anyone who's watching our Dallas stream and hasn't seen what I've done before. So I've been working on this game, multiplayer RPG, for a while. Before that, I was building my own stuff, like my own web server, my own implementations for hash functions and other stuff like that. So the game kind of looks like this. And you can kind of see, if you've seen old games like Ultima 4 or 5, it kind of looks like that. It's inspired by those games. It's tile-based 2D art. So it's mostly going to be story and not so much visuals or sound. And being a multiplayer game, it's split between what you see in the browser, so the front end of the game, or the client, is all in JavaScript, We use libraries like React, Redux, and Phaser for the graphics in that front end. The back end, I like to make things myself from scratch. I get a lot of fun out of that and a lot of learning. So the engine of the game, so to speak, is mostly custom, and it is in C++. With more and more these days scripting, I picked the Lua programming language as a scripting language so that I can change the system logic for the game without having to recompile the servers. So that's been both good and bad. So the good part is that I can change the behavior of these NPCs pretty quickly just by editing some Lua scripts. I even have automation tools that the moment I hit save, it gets uploaded to the game and it takes effect. The bad side is that Lua scripts are interpreted, and so it's slower. And there are fewer debugging tools, which I've tried to make up for with my own stuff. But I have to do a little bit more aggressive performance improvement optimization, and so that we actually have that problem right now where George's AI script to go chase down these enemies, I was adding pathfinding and path searching to that, and it was making it too slow. So I'm right now faced with having to optimize and improve the algorithms I use for that, and that's hard. So in the coming weeks, you'll see me trying to work on that, but also I'm also trying to catch up to my notes. I write a lot of to-do list items, and I haven't gotten to them. Trying to improve my organization. Got to get back to work. Okay, see ya. Thank you for the raid. Hope you have a good work day. So yeah, feel free to ask me any questions about this. You can actually join the game if you want by following that link that I posted. It's just going to be this test environment for now, but you're welcome to join in and try it out. You can do a few things like fight these green slimes. You can collect the loot that they drop. Can't do much more right now, but you know, if you come back in a month, 2-3 months from now, there's bound to be more and more of this. The goal would be in the next year to actually have enough stuff here that I can build content into it, and there'd be at least some story elements, if not some gaming elements, to make it interesting. And it's going to be developed live on stream, so if you're watching, you do have influence by giving me suggestions and requests, as long as that's something I'm working on that day. If you say, well, since you're working on the NPCs today, would you mind putting in this kind of NPC or this ability? And you'll be directly impacting the development of the game. And I value all the input a lot more than I would just random comments I get in game. So you can kind of feel like you're contributing to the game by any ideas you have. You're back, Manez. Welcome back. So I have some objectives in the game to make it different from other games, and you can see one of that here. There is in-game chat, and there's a mixture of, if you're actually in the game like Manez is, you'll see him chatting in-game, but also if you're a VIP or above in my channel, when you chat in my channel, the golem, which is the chat bot, actually copies your chat into the game as well. There'll be more and more stream integration with the game. That's one so-called hook. So to make the game stand out from other games is there's going to be heavy Twitch integration. And the other thing will be that I want to explore this idea that this game user interface might change when you go from one part of the world to another. Like right now, it's a simple 2D grid. But what if a different area of the world was 3D or had a hex grid or something like that? Hey there, Toulouse. Wait a minute, who are you talking to? I'm not your mom or your dad. Can you put Tim as an NPC? Yeah, he's going to be a turtle, definitely. He actually requested to be a turtle in the game, so there will be a turtle named Tim somewhere in the game at some point. Definitely. You can count on it, TS Just. Now, what Tim the turtle will have as far as a story role, yet to be seen. I don't want to reveal anything. He was showing off the in-game chat. Oh. Your health is depleted. You need to replenish yourself at the lake of mayonnaise. I see. The Hi Mom was showing off the in-game chat. Yeah. Gotcha. I forgot to wave to Manez. Since he's back from walking the dogs, we can do that. Hi. So yeah, that's probably enough for the game for now, unless you guys have any other questions. Today I'm going through, like I said, I make stream notes for every stream I've done. I'm on stream 282 right now. So all the way back from the beginning, I'll occasionally write down notes saying like a random question like, should this be static or not? Or something like, split takes a single character delimiter, but join takes a string. That's not balanced. And so it was a bad habit to just write the note here and forget it. So I'm going through and collecting them all and deciding what to do about everything. And basically, it's either I want to file a GitHub issue if it's something I really think should be done, or even if I'm not, even if I'm not sure if it might need to be done, GitHub issue, right? If I can do it immediately, I'll just work on it now. If it's sort of in between of those two, like maybe I don't know if it needs to be done, or I don't know how to do it, or if it's sounds like an interesting idea for a dedicated stream all to itself, or if I need to do some web searching, or thinking or design work, I'll put it on either a side projects or a research list. So I'm kind of going through and triaging all my old notes. So I've gotten up to like 60 something. I just lost my place. Or like 60 something, right? I'm trying to catch up with the notes, and I'll try to mix it up with some coding. Like I was just working on, it was the split one, right? Actually it was up here, right? Yeah. This note about the imbalance between split and join, so I'm fixing that now by making sure that split has both a single character and a multi-character variant, and so does join. And we did that, and it all works. So that's a little bit of coding I did for that note, and we're going to go and check it in. So string extensions, let me check it in. You know, this is a feature, but when George goes in the secret tunnels, it shows it to passerby just walking by. That could be a bug. I'm not sure. Because you can imagine it that George is maybe pushing aside a secret panel, and so you can briefly see behind it while he's standing in the doorway there. Or you can think of it as a bug if the wall is like truly an illusion. George should just kind of disappear when he walks through it. So, yeah, I don't know how to classify that. But, hold on. Let me finish this check-in. I want to take what you just said and put it into GitHub. So this is two things, right? We're making... So, enhance, zoom, enhance, split, and join functions. So add a multi-character delimiter version of split, right? No, which one? Of split. Add a single... What's wrong with my typing today? Single character delimiter version of join. Checking that in. Push that. Okay. Alright. Okay, I want to take Monez's thing. So putting that into my clipboard, putting it here, and then let's add that because I want to actually consider that as a design point in the server. So that would be, where was it? This one. As a design point here. Let me see, is there already one in there about secret? No. Let's add, consider how secret walls should behave. Behave in quotes because they don't actually behave, let's actually replace that. Consider how secret walls should be rendered. And we'll put Menez's comment in there. So you're immortalized forever as sparking this discussion. And I'll take a little bit of liberty by fixing the that. So we should probably quote that. Quote. This raises an interesting, not discussion, but an interesting, this raises an interesting point. Should illusions be broken by entities passing through them? Should secrets be not illusions, but mechanical in nature. You could see past them if an entity is shoving aside a secret wall, or maybe both. But I wanna put it in there. That's okay. You don't have to apologize. I can just take editorial liberties there and capitalize it. All right. See, I'm going to try to keep that habit of, instead of just putting it into stream notes, actually categorize it immediately so that I don't fall back into this bad behavior. In fact, I'm thinking of just, I guess maybe I should just drop the note. You know, I could put it as a note. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put it in as a note, and then I'll just know that from 282 on, they've already been filed. And then I'll try to keep to my custom of giving you a point for every good idea. You can only see it when George is in the wall block, not in the tunnel. Yeah, but it's like right when he's on that secret wall block, what should we do there, right? So I'm thinking we should allow the rendering system to do either way depending on what we want. So if I really wanted that to be an illusion, then we shouldn't see behind it as George passes through it. But if we wanted to show like, well, he's shoved aside a wall, maybe when he steps on that tile, the tile changes to be like an open doorway tile, and then when he goes to the other side, then it shuts. Did you get 6 points? I don't remember. You scored some points somehow. Maybe I gave you a bunch of points you don't remember. I don't know. You've come up with some good ideas. Don't remember exactly when they were, but recently, I'm sure. All right, next thing I think. We're on 68. Are UTF-8 non... Okay, I need to see if there's a test for this, because that could be important on the web API, right? Close everything. The in-game chat is a cool feature. It's cool, but it's got some downsides, right? So it could be abused, so I have to build in, like, moderation tools. So, yep. I have to log them now in case someone abuses it, that I can see that they did it, and then go back and, you know, put in penalties. Let's see. HTTP request, so who would handle it? It would be in the request object, right? Why am I looking at hash? Should be HTTP. Request tests, right? So I'm looking for... Okay, there's actually not much here. So... Is that because the request is a simple data structure and these don't actually care? Interesting. You would think that they would be in here because we'd want to put some percent encodings in here for parse, right? So parsing a request is not in here. Interesting. Why not? Shouldn't that be in here because request parses... Oh, no. This thing doesn't actually parse requests. Server does that. Forgot about that, yeah. Make it so that you can only say specific words with a permit from moderators. The problem I have is that people get around profanity filters really easily. So, like, for example, Twitch, the moderation tools are very deep and complex. There are multiple levels of filtering, and I think they even use machine learning at some point to try to figure out if people are trying to say bad words and are slightly misspelling it in certain ways. So it's a lot deeper subject than you might think. So if I could just ban cuss words and then someone could just do a slight misspelling of it and get away with it. Yeah, it gets complicated. So I'd rather just have it log everything for a week. Tell people your chat's going to be logged for a week. If you say something wrong and someone points it out, you're going to get in trouble. Yeah, I looked into that too. Like, you can outsource it to a service that will scan all the chat for you, and like it's free up to a certain point. After that, you start having to pay. And I mean, if there's an open source maintained blacklist or algorithm out there, I might consider using it. But I couldn't find it. Everything I found was you had to pay for it at some point. And I'm like, if I have to pay for it, then because I'm a cheapskate, I'd rather just say, well, we'll just log everything and we'll rely on people reporting bad behavior, and then we'll take action when it happens. Oh, I wasn't ignoring you. I was just talking. I was just responding to Manez. Hey there, Batcraft. I have a hard time multitasking in discussions socially, so I tend to focus on one train at a time. So I missed you. I'm sorry. Hey there, Slickver. How are you doing? So back after you're saying, do you want me to notice you? Okay. Hi. I'm doing okay. How are you, Batcraft? It's a good idea to have an open source one. I mean, there probably is. Hey there, listen. How do you say your name? How about I just say Les? Hey there, Les. What if you get a blacklist of common swear words and you start adding the spellings? Yeah, but people are going to be smarter than me about it. They'll find misspellings I didn't think about, and then I think it's just a rabbit hole I didn't really feel like going down into. Okay, I should be looking for parsing requests. Bad, not this stuff. Incomplete request line. Is there one for percent encoded stuff? Do I have one with test vectors in here? That would be cool. I could just add a test vector. I'm looking for something that has a table, but I don't see any. It's quite big, this test file. Nope. Nope, nope. I mean, that would work, Manas. I think it would just end up. People would find ways around it. Then you have to go back and fill stop those holes, and then they'd find more holes. I think it would end up being a lot more work. It's been a while since you checked the stream. How's the project going? It's okay. It's taking me a lot longer than I thought it would, but that's sort of normal for me. So this is the state of the game right now, that we have both friendly and unfriendly NPCs. If I don't know if you've seen this, if you haven't been here in a while, if you log in as a normal player, there's a fog of war sort of thing now. So you can only see if there are light sources nearby, and if there isn't, then you can see a little bit further than what the light would show, but not that much further. So if I'm standing here between these two lights, I can see what's nearby, but if I go too far away, this area is too dark for me to see. And like, you can't see through walls. There's like a secret door here, so once I go through it, now I can't see what's going on back in that other chamber. See how that works? So I added that a couple months ago, I think. So I don't know if you saw that the last time. The bad words list. Yeah. I think I had that link. I'm really resistant to going down that rabbit hole, though. I'll give you a point anyway. And we'll take your 2 comments. How do I do this? You know what I'll do? I'll make a research tab for this. So let's put it... Let's do this right. Let's take your comments. And then I'm going to take all this stuff again and make it a research tab item called profanity filters. And then we'll make a page for it already. No, all the way at the bottom, please. One note called profanity filters. And I'll just put your comments in there. And the way I was doing this before is I had input from viewers. So any input I get from viewers regarding profanity filters will go there. And I'm just going to file it for now. Give you a point. Bad words list won't do alone. You have to sentiment analysis. Yeah. What if people say the F word, it's banned, so they're trying to say, yeah, exactly. Right. Machine learning, yeah, we're talking about that before, right? Machine learning might help to find more or to detect patterns, but even then, like, it's just an arms race, right? Between your machine learning and your moderators and the troublemakers. I would tend to think that we would just weed the troublemakers out, and then everyone would behave, and then all that machine learning would just sit there and not actually get used. You're depleted? You can go back into the town, Manez, and talk to the healer. All right, I wanted to see if there wasn't any specific test case for percent encoded URLs, but I wanted to look for that online. Let's look. HTTP request test vectors UTF-8 is probably one out there. I would hope that there is, please. How about just HTTP request test vectors? Tests? Nope. Test is bringing up some interesting test search results. How about just HTTP request UTF-8? How about this one? Right. Send HTTP request to the Japanese character URI. URLs don't generally allow any characters beyond 8-bit ASCII. Anything that's expected to be hex encoded, right? Percent encoded. Server's responsibility to decode this into those bytes and interpret them as a character. Right. I guess I'll just manufacture one in a test. So maybe take a GET request here. And let's just say this is ASCII. And then we'll have one that's non-ASCII. ASCII URL. And then we'll have a non... Is it a URL at that point? Or is it a... It's a target URI, right? Yeah, that's what... That's the goal, Slickver, is when you have that positive community, then do you really need profanity filters? Maybe you just need some light filtering to just detect the people that are toxic, and then you have a chat with them saying, you know, this is a positive community, and then they either leave or you just punish them, and then to keep the community positive, you don't really need to police it so much, right? So, okay, GET request non-ASCII. So let's put in something in here. So I need an example character. Anybody got a favorite Unicode character? Unicode. I think I was searching this before. The pile of poop. UTF-8 decoder. Right. I think I used this at one point, and I put that in there and did decode. Nope, that doesn't work very well. How about we do this one? Decode. It doesn't work either. I want one that actually works. There we go. Exactly. So there are my characters. I just need to make that percent encoded. Let's see if I remember how to do this. It's just percent and then the hex digits, right? So that's pileofpoop.txt. If I did that right? So it should be decoded back as that, right? It's kind of cool you can do that nowadays. You can actually put UTF-8 into strings and it actually works. So there we go. Let's see if it works. I might have already written the code to do this. I don't know. Nope. It's not decoding the target correctly because I don't have a toString. Let's see what it shows up here. Debug. What do I get for the expected U? Hold on, that's not exactly where I want. I want it to go to here. What is the target? The target has a path. Oh, it does actually have it in there. Are those are the 4 characters, right? .txt. So why didn't the expected work? Oh, the parse thing didn't work at all. Oh, because the way I'm doing it, it's going through it's doing it the wrong way. Okay, so I need to manually construct it. Expected URI dot path. Can I just use set path? And it's supposed to be a vector, so it's empty string and then poop.text. I think that's all I need. Can your Emacs do that? I don't know. 0 with space. I want something that actually shows up though. Actually, okay, so it already works. So I just needed to have a test for it to make me more comfortable that it actually is tested. HTTP. Let's put in a test for that. Well, the task is to review old stream notes and to-dos. Do you want me to update that more often? It was an old to-do item. It's just one of the things I'll decide to do with it, we're in 68, right, is to do the work and complete the note, or log it as GitHub or research or side project. So I can make it more specific. Just is more work for me. Nice, Manez. You're just spamming with the character. How did that show up in the stream overlay? It just showed an empty bubble. No, it's okay, TS Joss. That's actually, let me give you a point for that. I should maybe let me try to do that. So when I start coding, I'll update the current task to say that. So if I had that in a buffer handy, I could just do that really quick, right? Current task. I want to go back to that though. I kind of want to have like another line here. Let's say reviewing old stream notes. Checking URI encoding. The challenge would be to keep it short enough so that it fits. And see there, it was a little too long. The font I'm picking. Unlock. And move it slightly. There. Lock. The challenge is just going to be like picking names, to pick something that's short enough to fit in that little space. Unless I use a smaller font. Pile of poop. As long as it's encoded as UTF-8, which it is. Yes, it is encoded correctly. Okay, so add a test that a percent encoded target URI is properly decoded. Properly decoded. Commit. All right. So what's next? Amazon docs to say to normalize the path according to this. Shouldn't this already be done? Yes, our URI class should be encoding. Oops, no, normalization is only done if URI resolve is called. This is in context of doing the AWS signing API, right? /./ example should be /example. Check URI path normalization. So let me see if I did that. Checking AWS API path normalization. Can I make it fit another line? Okay, a little bit more to the left until I want to use all those characters. I always take a 4-hour nap because play Roblox at 3 a.m. Then, wow, that's really late. You should be getting your sleep. Okay, this is gone. We're gonna look at, this is in the AWS APIs, right? Where exactly? There's some kind of path normalization stuff in here, right? Make a canonical request. Oh, so we have test vectors. Good. Where are my test vectors? Oh, the test vectors were provided third party. They were here. There is something about canon. Oh, I saw it. Now, where did my eye see it? Is it here? Hmm. Where's the one where it was? So I need to look at the slash. So there's slash example slash dot dot. This one was slash dot slash example. Is there one for that? What was it? This one? Slash dot slash. Here it is. Get slash pointless dot. So we're passing. If I'm passing all the tests, then I don't really need to worry. It means I must be handling that test case, right? Yeah, so I think I don't need to worry about that. That one must be done because that's in the test vectors and we're doing it. Query string percent encoded UTF-8. Let's see if URI class can be leveraged to help us with this. Yes. Okay, we already did that. Don't put character return and message bodies read from the test suite because this changes. So we did that. And then I submitted feedback telling them that they had some broken use cases. They probably ignored me. Yeah, I never got anything back from them. They don't care. Test vectors are all invalid because they're supposed to end with CRLF and they don't. Our test fixture should replace line feed with CRLF for it to be parsed correctly. Correct. Okay. So we're done with that day. Check out later. I forget what this is. Someone sent me this link and I didn't see what it was. What the heck is this? Oh, it's a Twitch chat client. Okay. I don't forget why why someone wanted me to check this out. Should I just check it out later, I guess? Alternate chat client. Alternate Twitch chat client. Sure, why not? I'm almost caught up to a year in the past. Think I'm making a video about application profiling for performance. Yeah, let's make that a side project doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to stream it, but maybe. Make a video about application profiling for performance. Sure. Look into phaser. Yes, of course we did that. Add a comment, a follow, message, and stream elements. We're not doing that anymore. Run yada different browsers. I'm doing that. The joke about infra hello. Sure. Getting warnings from Bitbucket. I did that. I fixed that. I upgraded it. I do know about Handmade Hero. Yes. 3.js 3D Extended told me about that because that's what we could look into when we're doing 3D graphics. So let's make that a research issue, 3JS. And then this thing, yeah, that was a tip. So maybe I list this under tips C++. Actually, I don't have yet. C++. Type alias, because I use that a lot now. I kind of like it. It reads easier. AWS has a Twitch stream. Yes, we know that. Okay, what else? WebAssembly. Oh, yeah. I want to research, maybe a side project we look into WebAssembly. Yeah, so learn web assembly would be an interesting side project, right? Chat overlay, we're using StreamParrot now. Figure out what happened to Cosmic to switch from Ninja. I figured that one out. Finish looking at yesterday's notes. Of course, we just did that. Look into WebSocket close destroy issue. I think I fixed that. Yeah. Look for script to mute all windows. That changed my setup, so I don't need to worry about that. Make sure there are checks that objects are demobilized before they're destroyed. In what, the coordinator? That I might need to put in to GitHub. Let me put it in just in case issue. So, need to test that all server components are demobilized properly on shutdown. Actually, the whole shutdown process doesn't really exist. When servers are shut down, they're just killed right now. 420? Where is it 420? It's not 420 anywhere. It's 1146. What are we talking about? Discord command. I think I have one of those. Yep, I got a Discord command. All right. I think I did that. How to get... Yes, I have that. He plays Kahoot at 4:20 a.m. Oh, I get it now. See, me and humor don't really get along. Thank you, 2H Strike. And hello, by the way. Thank you for enlightening me on what that joke meant. I forgot to say hi to Lavetti. That was a while ago. I didn't say hi. My stream helper says you didn't say hi. What was I talking about? It was what Manez wrote about 8 minutes ago. It was... Where is it? Hold on. This one. What Manez said before. I didn't see the 4:20 a.m. and figure out what that meant. And then 2A Strike said, blaze it. And I'm like, oh, okay, I know what that means. I know what you mean now. Okay, update the system diagram. Yeah, did that. GitHub shout out. We did that. Consider our value reference for message. I think I actually did that. Let me make sure. Message receipt delegate. Oh, no, it doesn't. And what? Does everything actually consume it? So it would be on optimization to do it? Where would we most use it? Probably in messaging, right? Where would that be? Hold on. Where is it actually passed to web socket? Oh, wait. Hold on. Is there more than one message received delegate? There is. There's one in network connection, and there's another one in WebSocket, and it does take an R value reference, and that's what we were talking about. Okay, so I already did that. Look for a raw memory. We already have that, yes. And then Steve7411 had a presentation. What presentation was that? That one is on... Oh, yeah, I wanted to bookmark that. Yes, 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 yes. We might have to do that stuff. So let's make that a research thing. So this one was how to handle a lag in a multiplayer game. And then paste, indent, and do that. Yeah, so there was a presentation made about it by the makers of Rocket League, I guess. Talking about tricks to handle lag. And I wanted to actually do some more research on that. Hold on a second, I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe not. I guess I'm not sneezing. Are you owed a high? I thought I gave you a high at some point. Oh, you haven't shown up on the list yet. Here, I'll give you a high in advance. There you go. Hi. Play poker badly. GLTF, the most complicated model format ever. Oh yeah, you saw that on my list. Someone gave me that link a long time ago. I never looked into it, so I added it to my research tab. I looked at it briefly. It looked promising. Are you saying it's not so good? It said it is an API neutral runtime asset delivery format. It's intended to be an efficient, interoperable format. The JPEG of 3D. I'm like, oh, this all sounds awesome. And that's as far as I got. And I'm like, I'll read more about it later. So you're saying, what did you say about it? The most complicated model format ever? Oops. It's supposed to be efficient. How could it be complicated? I guess I'll find that out when I research it, right? Okay, back to this log. Okay. You're not a pro, but that's what your graphics friends are saying? Probably dead like half Chronos other standards? It could be. I mean, it's still, I think it deserves me reading about it at some point. Okay, notes. Do I have an alias for that? I do. Yep, just testing. Sorry for the spam. Started implementing it in your engine thing once, but exporting materials and stuff from Blender is complicated. That's one of the research tasks I would do, is try to actually do it with Blender. If I can't do it with Blender any easier than I can with whatever format I was using before, then screw it, right? You can set a material name and click export. Yeah, so that's what I want. I want it to be like, I can click something, hit export, and I get it. Dependency injection command. Do I have a command for that? I do. Okay, if this is for if I need an artist, I should probably put that in as a tip. Business, maybe? And this is, how am I phrasing it? I was phrasing it under here. Input from viewers, so tips. Just to distinguish it from my own tips. Input from viewers. Canadian Sean said, if you ever need an artist, he recommended Fiverr. Okay, fine. So noted. HTTP client transaction should have an overload of await connection that requires no arguments and will block. Do I actually do that? That's of client transaction. It does. Look at that. I did it. All right, it's done. Figure out if VS Code, in VS Code, how to make pound include autocomplete work. It does work. I think it was just broken for a while. Source engine has really good networking code available out of the box, but never use it. So information secondhand. Right, this is saying if I need to look for good networking code, source engine would be good to look at. I guess that would be under tips, game engines. Input from viewers. There we go. Simple entity component system in pure Lua. That 2H. Oh, look at that. Your node is in here, 2H strike. So let's put that under tips as well. Game engines. As an ECS written in Lua. Nice. Look into a bug with diagnostic logs stepping on itself. I did, and I fixed that. Specs and ConEmu. Yeah, I did that. The fact that we only see once is probably a bug. I think I did look into it and I fixed that. Dependency injection is a lifesaver of. Add this to the notes. Source multiplayer. Oh, that's a good one. I give you a point for that. So do it this way. Tips. That's this one, right? And then I can remove add this to the note. because we're just adding it to the note. What do you mean you're a pleb? You're not a pleb. That's at Tim's. Oh, we're talking about being a mod. TS Just, I'm so impressed at how much of Tim's streams you're able to stay in there. It's like you're always there. The one day you weren't there this week, we were like, "What's wrong with TS Just? Is he sick?" Actually, how many mods do I have in chat right now? I actually thought about this the other day, that I ought to have a few. Let me look. I only have Toulouse. I do need other mods. He only streams at your time, so it's nice. Sorry, Toulouse. I didn't mean it that way. I bet I only have one moderator right now, and it's Toulouse. I really should go by view time. Who's always here? Who is not a bot? Who I can trust. 2H strike. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Do you want a sword 2H strike? Because you've been in my channel a really, really, really long time, and I don't, for some reason the VIP badge is gone. I don't know how that happened. Not recommending? You'll need a two-handed sword. I gotta be really careful about who I give swords to, though. Well, I guess I don't have to be absolutely 100% careful, but I can always take the sword away if it's abused, right? Slay peasants with a two-handed sword. You know what I'll do? I'll do this just to be. I don't want to make an impulsive decision to give people swords. So what I'll do is I will bring it up with my other moderators, and if they say yay, then you'll get a sword, and I'll have a bunch of candidates ready. That's what I'll do. I won't make the decision now on stream. I'll take it up with the other moderators offline. See, I need a few more moderators. We'll have some candidates. What do you call it? Shortlisted, and we'll see about that later. You should be sorted. Just kidding. Hey there, Flecken. Anyway, yeah. I was about to hand out swords, but I'm like, I should probably bring it up with moderators first. All right. I should make some of you guys VIPs, though. I have extra slots. I don't know why 2H Strike isn't a VIP. Maybe I ran out of badges at some point. I don't. That doesn't tell me. Oh, there. Okay, 2H Strike. You have a nice purple gem now, and hopefully TS Just does too. The commands don't tell me if you actually got it or not. One thing I don't like about that, I just do /VIP someone, and it doesn't tell me if they got it or not. Okay, yeah, you got the gem. Yep. All right. Very important, plebs. All right. Shiny diamond, yeah. The way I use the VIPs in my channel, it's people who have been here a bunch and that I feel I can trust more than just random people on the internet. I mean, you're still technically random people on the internet until I meet you in person and all that, or get to know you some way, but it's to recognize regular or helpful viewers in addition to the point system, right? All right. moving on to this day, right? I did that. I do that. I think I do. Oh, biddies! Thank you for the 8 bits, TS Jost. I think you're trustworthy because Tim trusts you, and Tim is an established streamer. So there's a chain of trust, right? So it's, what do you call it? Cred? You have Twitch cred? Because you're not only a regular in Tim's channel, but like you're one of his... Are you his main moderator? Would he call you his main man? I don't know. So that gives you a bunch of trustworthiness in my book. Jolly trusts you? I remember playing with Skizzers told me about that trick. That should be something we put into the tips for Git, right? So to both push and set upstream on a new branch, I use -u short for set upstream in the push command. Example be git push -u origin master. How did you not know about that? Or what are you talking about? I'm talking about Tim, or are you talking about Git? I don't know. The stream delay is a problem. Sometimes I don't know what people are talking about. MVC, I have a command for that, right? I do not. Right. We have a link though. Let's do this. So add com mcve. Talking about Tim leaking his CC supposedly. Oh. His credit card he did? Whoa. Git GUI dark mode what? I couldn't try to get Git GUI dark mode to work. I tried, but it's really hard to get it working very well. MVCE. When facing an issue and looking for help, it's nice to have a let's click it and actually see what it is. Minimal reproducible. Hold on. Minimal complete. We're not doing reproducible. Minimal complete verifiable example. I can't spell today. MCVE. Ready to share. And then we'll have a link. MCVE. Facing issue or looking for help, it's nice to have a minimal, complete, verifiable example. Ready to share. There we go. You know, the other day I was commenting about a bug in this extension. You may know of it. It's the C++ extension, otherwise known as VS Code-CPP or something like that. And I said, there's a bug in this, and if you want, I can give you an MCVE. And they were like, what's an MCVE? So I said, okay, and I gave them that exact thing. It's a minimal, complete, verifiable example, and I gave them the link to Stack Overflow. But I was surprised that someone working on this, you know, very, very important Microsoft extension didn't know what I meant by MCVE. So it's like, they should have heard about it if they hang around Stack Overflow or any Twitch channel or streamer blog or anything that does a lot of helping out with, well, I guess maybe that's true. Maybe the guy doesn't use Stack Overflow a whole lot, and he's mostly works on this extension without looking at it. That might explain why he didn't know what it meant. Is it an uncommon term? I thought it might have been a common term because there's a whole page on it on Stack Overflow about it, but maybe I'm wrong. Never heard it before? Okay. I guess I'm wrong. So it's a good thing I have a link to it now. So if I say, do you have an MCVE, then I can actually do that link, and then they can read more about what the heck I'm talking about. All right. There's... Okay, I guess this is an obscure bit of knowledge. Where would we want to put this? I guess, where do I want to put that? I don't know what I want to do about this one. I guess it's a research thing, so I'll just put it on the list. If I ever care about looking at, looking at the Swift and Objective-C again, I'll look at that. First time hearing it called that way. I guess they're alternate phrases. That link talks about the alternates, right? It could be reprex or MWE, minimal workable example. A reprex is a reproducible example. But yeah, they had a whole page on it on Stack Overflow, and Adam mentioned it, so I'm like, okay, that's a very, very good description of what really helps to help people out. To have an example that someone else can take and then demonstrate it not working, and then like, okay, let me look into it. Learning Linux at the moment, already in love with it due to how easy to set up the dev environment. Good for you, Clayman. Okay. Oh, I probably haven't said hi too. My stream helper is behind. There we go. Why is my stream helper so far behind right now? I don't know. Next time, add more unit test cases. Server should never send to itself. What are we talking about here? Oh, and Raft. Ooh, Raft. Election messages should go out to everyone but the sender. I think I actually have tests for this. Raft I'm a little bit scared of because I kind of messed up its test framework by making changing how the threading works. Server should repeat sending a request vote to any server. Actually, I know I did that one. We're probably good with Raft. 3D Extended at some point said, I mean, from a graphic standpoint, it's useful to use ticks since that's what is exposed by in most frameworks. Think about time as measured in the server ticks versus floating point time. Let's make this issue in the GitHub. So, no. Fix this up. And then put it in the GitHub issue. Consider representing game time in ticks, not tickets. So let's make that a quote. There we go. Alrighty then. How's the game coming along? I could show you again. Oh, I got logged out due to inactivity. Oh no! Let me log in again. So one cool thing, I don't know if you've seen it, but you can log in with Twitch now. So you don't need to create an account in my game. You can just say, hey, you're a Twitch user. And it will let you create a character associated with your Twitch account. So I don't know if you've seen this Clayman in a while, but we have the lighting is now in there. Lighting and shading. So if I go through the secret door here, now we can't see what's going on down there. If I go back through here, now we can, and we can't see what's going on in the hallway. I've started working on NPCs that you can interact with that will do stuff for you. So like this guy will lead us out of the dungeon. But he has some bugs now though, that he gets obsessed with trying to fight monsters he can't reach. And I left the dungeon like that on purpose so that I could fix this. And I haven't yet completely fixed it yet. So in the meantime, I gotta pick up those monsters and then move him in. Whoops. I gotta pick up the monster, not the ground. Pick up the monster and move it in range of the guard so that he can actually reach them. So yeah, he will path all the way out of the dungeon now. Uses his A-star pathfinding. If he gets too far away, he'll hold up and he'll say, please follow me. I'm like, okay, I'll follow you. Leave me out of here, George. So this is the state of the game so far. That their NPCs can fight monsters for you and pathfind and lead you out. And stuff like that. Good old George, yeah. I'm going to actually cheat and move myself over there. There we go. A skip and a hop. So yeah, today I'm mostly catching up on my notebook. Actually, I'm kind of getting tired of doing catching up on the notebook. I might pick a task to work on in a second. Yeah, this raft stuff is kind of getting tedious. What if I stop here? I'll just remember I was on 77 somehow. Let's say in the note here. Let's see, I stopped at stream 77. I stopped looking through old notes at stream 77. Let me pick a programming task right now. How much time do I have left? I have been going how long? 2 hours. All right, that might be a good break. So half the stream was catching up on old notes, and another half of the stream, let's pick something to code. I kind of feel like doing something on the front end. So maybe I can look through the GitHub and pick an issue that is a problem in the front end to look at. So not too difficult problem. Actually, I fixed this one. Yeah. So when did I fix that one? Let me find out when I fixed that one. That was in the front end. I just don't remember exactly when it was. Git k all in this path, please. All right. Adjust particle positions on sprite shift. So I did this on the 10th of October. So this was fixed on 2010 and went into front 133. So that got released. So comment and close. Yay! We fixed an issue. Not really. It just was fixed and I forgot to mark it fixed. Make the walls obvious. Okay. This also got fixed, right? Maybe. Actually, we can... Is this it? Destroy particles on stage height or... No, that's not it. That actually might still be a problem. The problem is that you could see particle effects that you wouldn't normally see. Actually, I know that's the problem, because we were seeing that just now, right? When George was fighting a slime and it was obscured, we were still seeing the particles. That's still a problem. Game of... GOTY of the year? Is that game of the year of the year? What language is Tickle? It's like a really, really old scripting language. I knew it once upon a time. Is it written in Tickle? I didn't know that. It kind of makes sense. It kind of looks like it. What I remember from Tickle. Git GUI is... I mean, is Git K also written in Tickle? Git GUI, yeah. This reminds me of Tickle. Quite a bit, actually. He spent 30 minutes on the phone on mute afterwards canceling whatever... Oh, his credit card number? Oh my goodness. Did you clip it? I wouldn't. That would be just cruel. But I'm sure someone did. Feels bad, man. Oh, well, okay. Do I want to work on that one? That one's too tough for me right now. I need an easy one. Let's start with an easy one. On small window widths, the password reset form falls off the edge. Nah, that's too hard. Chat scrolling is broken. That's a hard one, but I need to fix that at some point. Make the wall... Okay, points and linked. I think they fixed that. But that's a hard one. Do not allow players to open new tickets when masked. I thought I did that one. I can verify if that's done or not, though. And if it's not done, we can do it. Yeah, let me test that right now. So we'll start up the test environment of the game right here. And actually, that'll take a few minutes, so let me go back to the list and look at another thing I might work on. Let's keep that one in the tab open and go back here. Which number was that? That was number 196. Separate player account name from character name, not spawning in the right area, resizable windows enhancement, attack direction undefined. Deleting a player account does not destroy the character's entity or their items. Add how to link command. What was that supposed to do? I guess I can look at what was on July 29. July 29. That sound you hear is combat going on in my game in the background. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Trying to get to it, but it's at the end of its tether range. Now you can get it. There you go. I don't see anything about... I don't see anything about that issue here. What does this mean? How to link. How to link command. I don't remember what this is for. What do I do about this? I have no idea what it's for. The proof. Oh no! That's on Tim Ruswick's channel. Oh, it's not it's not the same Tim. It's a different Tim. How to use... Oh, that's... Thank you, Toulouse. That was it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Actually, let's work on that. That's a bug in the game where if you say link twice, you get a weird... it doesn't work correctly, right? Or did I fix that? Don't log in with this window. Let's go localhost. Yeah, let's search for link. And then the golem side. Link account via whisper. Link account via chat. Okay, well, we can make one where... the problem was they would say the link twice. Let me add a test case for that. We'll fix it if it's broken, and then I can mark that test. Well, I want to do two things. I do want to have a command, but I also want to fix the underlying problem where people are doing the link thing twice. So let's say link account via chat, and this one is double command because they copied it and they prefixed it. That's what some people were doing. A single command. So the double command is where they type link, and then the link name. Let's make sure that that actually works. If it doesn't, we'll fix it. And it does work. What if I have it a third time? Out of curiosity. Really? How does that work? What if I put like garbage in here? Is it just ignoring all the characters and looking only at the end? No. I need to look at how I wrote that because I didn't expect it to work like if you had link. Okay, well, I guess it... let's look at the code. Golem CPP here. Link. Oh, there's a while loop. So you can have as many links in front as you want. Okay, cool. So I don't need to fix anything. It's good to have a unit test for it, though, so let's check that in. Let me verify there's not already a test for it and I just duplicated a test. No, I didn't. So it's good that I have a test for it. Okay, so add test for redundant link in link commands. Okay, and then we'll just add this command now. So I'll do it here. Add com how to link. To link your Twitch account with your Omnia Reina account. Get a link code in game. And how do we do that? I need to log in as a real player of the test environment. So let me new window with this. Go to the local host. Log in with Twitch. I don't show it because it shows a JWT for an instant, which I don't want to link. Okay, so here I am in the test environment. Actually, I can also test that I can't open something while masked while I'm at it here, right? But yeah, you go onto the profile and you, it looks like I'm already unlinked. Right, so under the profile tab. Get a link code in-game from the profile tab. And type that link in chat, as in link some random characters. There we go. And then let me join this and just put this in now. How to link. To link your Twitch account with your Omni Reina account, get a link code in-game from the profile tab and type that link in chat, as in link. There we go. Got it. Nailed it. Done. Close and commit. Comment and close. All right. Not gonna work like that, DS Jost. You actually have to, I guess I can unlink and show how it works. So you have to do get code, and then you get this link, which you can do copy to clipboard. That's not gonna work if you try it now because it's a test environment. But yeah, the way it would work for me is I would just do that. The real production environment is telling me I'm already linked. That's why that didn't work. So I'd have to have the test environment bot be listening in order to link this account now. Hello, Slyrus. Is it in Scriptum? Nope. We're using a bunch of different technologies, but Inscriptum is not one of them. I'm using, for the front end of my game, I'm using React and Phaser. And the back end, we're using C++ and Lua. So, for example, the behavior of this NPC named George here, it's all a Lua script. And my controlling my characters through interaction with this page, so that's all in JavaScript. And in the backend server framework that Lua scripts are hosted by is a big C++ program, which is handling some of the more compute intensive things like calculating the lighting, so like the fact that we can't see through this wall. And yeah, enough said. The test environment is actually really, really slow right now because it's running a lot of pathfinding scripts, and so it's really amazingly slow. Oh, I was going to test something while I was here, right? What was it? Oh, that if I mask the account, I can't open a ticket. So let me test that. So if I mask the character, mask. So now I'm masked, and I won't be able to chat. That shouldn't have shown up like that. That's a bug. I need to file that right now. Let's see if I don't already have one in there. No, I don't. Masked. Okay, yeah, we don't have an issue in here. So this is a bug. So masking a player shows a profile updated successfully toast for that player. That shouldn't happen. Anyway, the thing is I shouldn't be able to open a ticket right now. Let's see if I can. Blah, 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 blah. Report. Okay, too many tickets open. So let me close one. Close. Let's try to open a new one. Blah, 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 blah. Yep, it's still a bug. So yeah, I want masked players not to be able to open issues. I guess I can work on that. Time for optimization. I'm sort of resisting doing the optimizations because it's hard work, and I need to do some more thinking and planning about it. Once dissatisfied with constant time and invented the first 1 over n algorithm. Good for Tim. All right, yeah, so this shouldn't be allowed. Let's go ahead and can't close a reported issue, but I can as the GM, so let me do that. Close. And then it will be closed. All right, so this is a back-end issue, so it's in the ticketing system, right? Well, it's in the coordinator. It should just reject the message. So go to test for the coordinator, moderation, right? There should be a bunch of tests here for opening tickets. Right, report issue rejected when too many. So there should be another one. Report issue rejected when player masked. Yeah. So let's make a new test. And this camel case, I'm obsoleting that style, and I'm going to use snake case instead. So it should be let's put underscores there, and then fix this part. Report issue rejected when player masked. Let's hide that for now. Tim was forced to invent asynchronous APIs one day when he managed to optimize the function to return before it had been called. So is Tim actually Chuck Norris in disguise? Is that what you're saying, TS Joss? Like, Chuck Norris doesn't use asynchronous APIs. He just glares at the computer and it does what it's supposed to. Okay, settings. We don't need to change the settings. I think the test user starts out masked. Or is it test user 2? Neither one? Interesting. Player record has an is masked in here, right? Oh, it defaults to true. So they start out masked. And have I been turning it off? So that's going to break a bunch of tests. Remember 508. That's the line we're on. Actually, I should just go to 508 and put a bookmark there. The bookmark key was what? I forget. Bookmark. Control-Alt-K. Whoops. Control-Alt-K. There we go. Is masked. Is that how it's actually done? Is you just go to players and just say change profile? That's the only place I did it? Really? In all the tests, that's the only place I did it? I find a hard time believing that. I guess that's how I've been doing it. It's just a player's change profile. So we'll add a player and just say they are masked to make sure they are masked. Start the server as the leader of the cluster. Add a connection logging in as that player. Why do I have that hard-coded? Why did I do that? That's just dumb. It should just say, we should have this as a constant somewhere. Do I want to take a sidetrack to fix that, or just go with I'll go with this for now. Okay, we're not going to open issues or not doing any of that. Right, so we try to open an issue. The expectation is it didn't append anything, and we get an error, a ticket error. It should be, what kind of ticket error? This needs to match up with the front end, I think. Like you're not allowed to do it or something. What are my different ticket errors? Is it here? Here it is. Change not permitted. You don't have permission. That's you don't have permission to change the ticket. Looks like I need to make a new one. Let's make a new one. That one's change not permission. We'll say add not permitted. And I'll put it up here. Unable to open. Actually, we'll call it open, not permitted. That's more correct, right? And then alphabetically it goes there, right? Unable to open. No, it should be you do not have permission to open tickets. And then I should probably also restrict the front end so we don't even show that new ticket button if we're masked. So we'll do a little bit of React to Redux work there in a minute. Okay, so that's the expectation, and then I need to make the test pass. It's probably going to break some of these other tests which don't turn the mask off if the mask is on by default. So it didn't work because it's not looking at the mask, so it's how report issue is handled, right? Report issue check. Right here. They have to be logged in, they have to be registered, they have to not be at their maximum tickets, but it doesn't check the mask. Where should we do that? Probably right here. If ample profile... Wait a minute. Shouldn't I just get their record first? What does this do? Hold on. Where is that computed? Ephemeral information about a player in the game. Why do I put it there? That's weird. We count it there when a... Okay, that's when a player is restored. Okay, there's a I see, we cached it. Got it. So I don't cache if they're masked or not, so I actually have to get them, right? So profile.players get client player ID. And we'll say that's the player. If player dot is masked. Then we gotta do a player ticket error. Whatever the test expected. Open not permitted. So that should make the test pass. Oh, did I leave the camera somewhere? I did. Let's close that. Look, left the camera somewhere where it would hear combat noises. We don't want to do that. Okay, back to the test. Run the test, it should pass, but I think this will have broken a bunch of other tests. So I'm going to run all the tests in that suite here and fix the ones that it just broke. Because there are tests I wrote in the past that where the player is masked, but it assumes that they can still report issues and stuff. Yeah, so we'll end up doing this, changing the mask to false and all these tests to fix them. Like that. Oops. False. And in this test, same thing there. And here, who's reporting the issue? Alex is, so there. And here, two more. One more. Yep, there we go. So run them all again. Get all green lights. If you compile your code with -04, it's sent up to Tim for a full rewrite. No, wait a minute. TS Just, I was there at the time. You said that if you compile your code with -04, it's sent off to Raimu for a full rewrite. Now, if you're telling me it goes back to Tim, doesn't that mean we'll get an infinite loop? Because it'll just go bounce back and forth between my email and Tim's for a full rewrite? -0 fast, it goes to TS Just, of course. So it gets sent to him to rewrite it. Okay, that's fixed. So let's put that into practice. Actually, we need to host it now. And then try it out and update the front end to actually remove the button if we're masked. Because we don't want to lead them into thinking they can open an issue when they can't. Maybe I'll leave the button there, but I'll gray it out, and there'll be a tooltip saying you can't open an issue while your account is masked. And there's already a big prominent display in the profile thing explaining what masking means. All right, so I guess that means I gotta open that window again. Local host. Okay. And then I masked. That's why it says player 1 instead of my name there. My typing speed increased significantly back in the early 2000s when I upgraded my keyboard to USB 2.0. Okay, so if I hit new now and report, it'll say you do not have permission to open new tickets. So at least does that. Now we want to remove, or I want to gray out that new button. I should move my character out of this area too, because it's, hey, look, we'll sit next to the fire here with these particles that keep popping up. Okay, so we want to gray out that button if we're masked. So this is React stuff. So I'm switching languages again. How do you make a report about not being able to make a report? Well, you won't be able to. So it's meant to be a safeguard against people just flooding the ticketing system, you know? So you basically have to be vetted like, oh, okay, I know that person, or, you know, the alternative is that if they flood the ticketing system, then we mask them and delete their tickets, and then once they're masked, they can't continue flooding the system. There's a limit in there already anyway, even if you're permitted to open tickets, you reach the max ticket count. And so they can't really do much damage if they flood the system. I just, you know, don't want it. I wanted more control over it. How do you make it? Oh, you go to my channel? Yeah. Okay, we're going to front end land. Source, views, activities, panels, because this is in the tickets panel, right? And it's, right, I have it split to the tickets view. And there should be a new button here, right? Right. Show new ticket dialog. So here is the button. I need to make this button. Oh, I had a lot of old bookmarks, looks like. Okay, there's the only bookmark I have. I need to make this button conditional. So other places I had conditional buttons were where, right, like there, disable. So let me go find where that button is. That's in ticket for the open button, right? Right, I have this button disabled if locked or no permission thing. So let me pull that into here. We'll call it button disabled if masked. The on click will be the same on the same thing. The label. Do I need a label? Oh yeah, because that takes the place of that, so that'll be new. And then this component, let me pull over into here. Put it anywhere here. Let's put it right here. Or that goes with that, so maybe below it. Yeah, right here. And it needs to match the name. Button disabled if masked. As a label and other props, tooltip. Okay, so that goes in hand with a tooltip. Where is that? One of these, right? There's a tooltip. Disabled if masked. This, you cannot create new tickets. You cannot open new tickets while your account is masked. Do I need a period there? Sure, it's a complete sentence. And why did I have this nested? I don't need to do that, do I? I think it was just because I had two of them. No, what was I doing here? Oh, it was nested, so I really only need this part, right? Yeah, I really just need this for that. That's the tooltip. So we're using data tip. That's using React tooltip. Okay, I'm already using React tooltip. Good. Other props. The disabled is if we're is player masked. So that's a prop we'll need. Is player masked. Okay, where did I use that mask thing in the front end before? Ticket is not defined. Why not? Oh, yeah, this should be is player masked. Wait a minute, what's it telling me? Expected an assignment or function call instead saw an expression. Oh, because this should just be return that, right? Or I can just do that. There we go. Okay, where... I used it in profile, so let me find the profile panel. Is mask... Okay, so it's in old profile. What's old profile? State session profile. So is player masked is state session profile is masked. There we go. A little bit of React and a little bit of Redux in there. So now it's grayed out because you cannot open new tickets while your account is masked. And then I should be able to like unmask the player. Unmask. And now, hey, look, the button, I can press it now. And if I manage to get masked while I'm in, putting that in, then when I do a report, it'll say you have no permission to open it. And then if they're wondering what the masking means, it should be explained here. Your account is currently masked, which means other players can see you as player. There's a scroll limit issue, isn't there? Oh, when these buttons get too squished. This is temporarily until game modders have approved your name for use. I should probably expand this. I should also say, during this time, your account is restricted in some way. Let me update that. Your account. Your account is currently masked, which means other players see you as whatever. This is temporary. During this time, some game functions may be restricted. There we go. Hello, 715209. How are you doing? Doing a little bit of old bug fixing. So there's an open bug for a long time that said, like, you can still open a ticket if your account was masked. So I just fixed that. You think I should have a break there? You have a kappa there, but yet it sort of seems logical that I would want to have that, right? Like that, right? It might actually make it easier to read. Well, there really should be a separate paragraph, shouldn't it? Shouldn't I have, that's all in the mask notice, but maybe these should be distinct paragraphs of it. To give it nice, yeah, because that I do want that to show up. I want them to see actually read that part. During this time, some game functions may be restricted. So see, you did a kappa, but I think it actually is better with a break there. All right. We'll call this bug fixed and ready for release. Okay. So there's the actual check. There's the test for, well, that's not the test for it. The test for it is this new test I added here. Report issue rejected when player is masked. And we had to update some of the other tests to not mask the player in order for them to be able to do tickets. Pushed and shipped. Pushed, but not completely shipped. It's got to wait for me to make a build for the production server. The front end changes could go out right away, actually. Right, so now it's a conditional button with a tooltip if it's disabled. Got it, okay. That we should make a separate check-in, I feel. Okay, so this is a fix issue number, because this one is a numbered issue in GitHub. $196. Do not allow players to open new tickets when masked. How do I usually do this? So I just, because it's too long. Should I just do it like that? I can have the full text on its own line and then do fix issue number 196 as the summary. That's allowed, right? So, couple things. Have the back end reject the request if received. Report a request rejected in this manner. Properly report through a toast, right? And then disable the new ticket button for a masked player. So even though I disable the button if they're masked, if they were to like hack the button to like re-enable it, I'd still want the back end to handle that by rejecting it. So, you know, just disabling the button's not good enough because someone could hack the front end to re-enable the button. So if they do that and they try to open a ticket, it just gets rejected in the back end. And so we cover our bases that way. Isn't it 196? Yeah, 196. Yeah, it's on GitHub. It's right here on GitHub. 196. And am I doing something wrong? You start working on the tickets moving to a new file database. Oh, no, Toulouse, I didn't finish that. I first fixed the glaring mistake where we were copying the entire database every time we looked at it. That was a big one, I think. I have no idea how much improvement that'll be, but it seems like it would be a lot. Okay, what we're going to say here. This is now awaiting release. I wonder why I said enhancement. I think this was to enhance the security of the game. We're not using a database, but I'm planning to move in that direction for the in-game ticket system, that this would eventually be a database. So the intermediate step would just be put it in a separate file outside the game snapshot. And then every server would, in addition to having the journal and the snapshot, now will have an issues file. Yeah, it's because it would still be considered part of the snapshot overall. But as a separate file. Is that how I was going to do it? As a separate file, it would allow the normal snapshots, which are frequently updated, to not include all the tickets which are infrequently changed. When it goes to a database, there's still the problem that I have an entire cluster of servers. So what do I do? Like, what do you guys think? I have 3 servers. Do they each have their own copy of the database, so each one runs a database? Or do I take the database completely out of the cluster and I say, well, the database, it's the database's job to maintain consensus and all that stuff on behalf of all the servers. And then what happens if we tell the database something and then we have to roll back our cluster? If they use the same state, then what happens if, like, the database is told to do something and then we roll back the cluster to a previous state? I would have to know to undo that stuff. Unless we say once something is committed to the ticketing system, it can't be undone because we don't have the journal anymore. The journal, in a sense, it all belongs to the database and it's not our responsibility anymore. I guess so. So we might still have something in the journal that says change ticket system, and then only when it's committed, then we go tell a database, and then we just have no way. The only way to roll back would be to add database backups and to actually roll them back to a previous backup, right? That's the kind of stuff I worry about. Like, if I take it out of the Raft journal snapshot thing, then I can get data inconsistency if I have to roll the game back to a previous version of the data. Now I'll have this separate database thing that I have to roll that back to, or maybe keep it the way it is. This stuff, though, is all independent of the game, so maybe it's okay. You could roll the state of the game back and without changing tickets, and you'd probably be fine, right? Yeah. So, yeah. I'll probably just take it completely out of the cluster, and it'll be a database. And in the intermediate step is each server will just have a local file, which is its snapshot of what the database should be. And then we move it to a separate database thing, and then we're done. I don't want to do a migration to a database like right away because I'm scared of it. Okay, there were some other check-ins here, right? Oh, I didn't finish with this one. Yeah, we're done with that one. And then this one was let the user know that some game functions may be restricted while their account is masked. Okay, so provide more info to masked users. Provide more mask info to masked users. Sure. I just realized I haven't updated the current task in forever, so I've already failed at that. We are no longer working on the AWS stuff. What we were just doing, we're actually not doing their old notes either. We were fixing ticket system bugs. I forgot to update that. See, I've already failed. So that is awaiting release. So I think I wanted to repeat what I had in the commit message. So this text here, I wanted to put that in the ticket. I feel like making this a bulleted list too. I don't know why. Just do. There we go. All right. That's a new one I just entered, right? So this we can return to the list and look at 196. I guess I could, like Toulouse was pointing out, I could go back to working on moving the tickets to a separate file. What would be the first step? Taking it out of the snapshot completely. No, probably mirroring it to a file will be the first step, right? So check if the issues file doesn't exist. Make a copy from the snapshot and store it there. If it does exist, then I guess we could remove it from we could stop snapshotting it. Okay, so maybe thinking, okay, updating the current task. Designing, well, migrating in-game tickets to separate. I don't need this bullet. Separate subsystem. Well, not, it's already a separate subsystem. Migrating in-game ticket storage to I guess we'll just leave it at that. Okay, that's what we're doing for another hour, I guess. I probably should stretch though. You don't want to sit for too long in the same position and not stretch. Do a backflip. I can't do a backflip. I do stretch my back a little bit though because it feels good. Avoid that lower back pain. Nice shirt. Yeah. Bot land. I didn't say anything to Adam, but like I accidentally wore the same shirt he did yesterday. I'm like, ooh. That's kind of a nerdy thing to do. Be wearing the same shirt as someone else. Today though, I'm wearing the black one and he's wearing the gray one. What can I say? They're nice shirts. Ticketing system. Source. Mod queue. So right now it doesn't actually save itself to any file. It does support serialization though. So one step towards this would be to take the serialization out of the snapshot and have it in a different file. We could at least do that much. So as the migration, so to speak, is we would allow it to be in the snapshot, and if it is, we would use it. But then on the next snapshot that we make, we will make side by side with the snapshot file. We'll make a mod queue or a tickets file. Oh, and I was thinking that it wouldn't be versioned. Well, hold on. The snapshots are convenient for restoring from a backup, though. So maybe I would still version them for backup purposes. So how much of this is actually done in the game server versus its host? Yeah, where is this actually used? Journal housekeeping is where we delete old ones, right? Discarding old snapshots and journals. On snapshot created is where we write the file. Where do we write the file? I don't see the write. I see move. Oh, we write the new one first? Write to JSON. Write JSON to file new snap. There it is. Okay. One problem is that we're given only one JSON object. I could pull it out completely separate though. It could be something. Okay, how does onSnapshot created actually called? Subscribe to snapshots created. Well, wait a minute. What if I just have modq responsible for its own file then? And then it just independent of the snapshots. Except for the first snapshot. Okay. I think I know what I want to do. The mod queue, it's when we call deserialize, right? We take it from the snapshot. We should do something, and this is in the main program, so this is not, I don't have tests for it. It's at the integration layer. It's a bad excuse, but I guess technically I should have a unit test for this stuff, but I don't. Let me not just let that go. Let me put in a ticket for it and think about it later. New issue. Make certain aspects of Realm server host unit testable. I think that basically means move it into Realm server, take it out of the host. So this would be refactoring? Redesign? Or is it a bug? It's like a framework testability bug. I'm going to call it a bug. So, for example, this function that we're in here, start journal function is fully defined in Realm server host. So it has no test framework. We could move this to Realm server or make it a part of a separate testable library. Maybe. Okay, I don't want to do it right now though. Okay, we're gonna say if latest snapshot has tickets in it, then we'll deserialize the mod queue from it. I think otherwise, actually, let's say there is no otherwise. Let's say when mod queue is first constructed, it reads from its own file. Because I need to, we need to, it has an, does it have an initialize? Hold on, maybe it doesn't. The concrete one. Oh, it doesn't. It just has a default constructor. Okay. I think there ought to be another method then. And it should be at the top level here. Hey there, Indorn. How are you doing? Team Botland, Indorn. You have your shirt, right? Hope you're wearing it. Is this, if this is in ModQ, we can actually do this, we can test this part of it. Hold on, last edit. The idea would be that there would be an else to do tell mod q to load its state from its own file. Actually, we'll need to know where the file is, won't we? Yep. Don't call you Q? Did I call you Q? Bit tired, at least it's the weekend. That's true, it's a Friday. It's a weekend. You don't have such a shirt. What? Traitor? Oh, mod Q. But you're not the only mod playing with scissors. Should I call it a scissors queue? I should also rename it. It really is the ticketing system. Q. I do kind of want it to be responsible for its own file because ultimately it's going to be the interface to a database. Yeah, that's what I want. Should cut that scissor queue short. I can tell it where its file is, though. I can at least do that using this. So we can figure that out here. Yeah, I can just put it here. Do I give it a file? Sure, why not? So we would say tickets file is wherever the executable is, and then the tickets file name. I mean, you just need to define that. Const standard string that equals tickets.json. It'll be a big JSON for now until I put it into a real database. This is the name of the file in which the in-game tickets state is saved. State of the in-game tickets is saved. Don't have a way to do it yet, but we will do that. I will do that now. Well, hold on. That's loading. Do I have a mod queue dot serialize? There isn't any? Oh, the executor does that. So the executor doesn't need to do it anymore. That would be an executor. Okay, so what to change first? Executor of mod queue? Let's update mod queue first. So that means mod queue tests need to be updated. Mod queue tests, here we go. So this will be, there'll be two methods, right? Load and save. Sure, and I'll probably phase out save because the real database, actually I'll phase out both of them. Well, load for a database could just be connect to the database, and I don't need a save because it's, yeah, I would phase that out by, it would just be saving periodically on its own. And then I make it a real database and then don't need to call it anymore. So load could be something similar to deserialize, right? So we can just do this. That we put this into a file to begin with. Where do we work with files? Food is ready? Can I give you both a hi and a bye? Hi, bye. I start to slack on the waving around the 3rd hour. Also, my stream helper is like really far behind now. Like it's been 5 minutes and you still don't show up on the list. Bummer. I wonder if I need to update the stream helper so if someone chats, then we just assume that they're in the channel. We don't wait for the join. Some test that dealt with files. Oh, the journal did that. Where was that? Journal tests. This dealt with files, right? Yeah. So we had helpers to read and write files, right? What's this open? Oh, right. We just did it ourselves. Okay. So just do the same thing, that we'll expect that there's a path. That there is, yeah, let's just do the same thing. Mod queue will just have a path in there to a tickets file. Toulouse has joined. How can they chat if they're not in the channel? I think the stream helper is confused. That's actually one of my research topics is can you chat without joining a channel? I think you can't. So it's safe to assume that if you see chat from someone, they must be in the channel. It's just that you don't get to join until it's later because it's batched. So right now, Resubaka finally showed up, so I can wave to him. So that took like 6 minutes. So the joins are being batched in 6-minute batches, it looks like. You can send messages without joining the channel? Really? So then they might never show up in my stream helper unless actually that's the problem. If you can chat without being in the channel, how do I know if you've left? Because you never joined, so I won't get a part if I didn't get a join. You won't see your 25 bots, but all your bots are anonymous anyway, so I'll never see them in the first place. Okay, so let's do what this did in terms of initializing a file name. Yeah, so we have to say mod q tests and do that, and this is a tickets file, and that's tickets.json. Empty body, and then we're good again. And like this did... Oh yeah, we should probably destroy on setup and teardown, right? There we go. Right. So some of these tests will have written the file out, right? Open, read, write. Yeah, like this. So let's do that in this test down here for load. Part of this arrangement will be to take the tickets file, open it, and then we need to put the contents in there. So that's going to be taking this object actually and encoding it and then putting in there. So const auto serialization equals that dot to encoding. I guess we can use the default options too. So then the contents are the serialization written to the file. So then the act would be to make one and then ask it to load from that file, right? So tickets file.get path. And then expect that. There we go. Twitch is unreliable. Done. Okay, playing with scissors finally showed up in the list. How long did it take to get the join? Let's see. We got the join for playing with scissors. Right before I said hi to Resubaka. And after 715-209 said channel star. Where was that? At 1309. So yeah. Actually that wasn't, yeah. The first time he playing with scissors chatted was 6 minutes before that. So there, I'm getting the joins 6 minutes late. And presumably everyone is chatting after joining the channel and not being outside the channel. Okay. There's load. Let's do save. So save should have a similar setup to serialize, right? Yeah, this kind of thing. Oh, blank line fixed. I had to get that blank line deleted, or else I'm sure playing with scissors would have told me, you have an empty line there. I would have said, yes, you are correct. I hate those empty lines, unless it's the end of a namespace. All right. Right. So instead of serialize, we're going to do save. Tickets file.get path. And we don't get anything out. We're just going to we'll have to load the file now. So there should be an open read only. There it is. Yes, this goes here. So expect that we can open it. What's this initial contents junk? I'm going to get rid of that. We're going to just read its entire contents and make sure it's what we expect it to be. So It's not actual initial contents, is it? It's contents. Or tickets file contents. And then I should parse it as JSON. So const auto serialization is JSON value from encoding serialization. Expect that that is what I get for serialization. There we go. Oh no, this should be from encoding standard string. Yeah, let's indent it a little bit. The string is made from the beginning to the end of that vector. Comma. Okay, so I just need load and save now. Go to where that's declared. Testing without joining channel. Are you not in the channel? Let's see, we didn't get to leave for you, so I don't know if you're actually there. And you won't even hear me saying it unless somehow you're watching without... I guess you could be watching without being logged in. Yeah, I always thought that you had to join a channel before you could post to it, but I guess I'm wrong. Okay, I'm in the wrong file. That's why I'm confused. I need to go to modq.hpp, and then in here I gotta add it. So void load const. We're doing it by path? Sure. Tickets file path. Sure, why not? And save. Some IRC servers block it. Could be a bot. These are basically IRC rooms. Yeah. Hey there, 0xROM. You have been successfully unlurked. Load. So this would be deserialize the state of the object from the contents of the given file. Is this right, though? Should I have the class be responsible for its own reading and writing from files? I think so, because I'm migrating this towards a database, right? So eventually load would become a connect to a database, or would be replaced by another function which does connect to a database without having to change much in the host. Yeah. I'm convincing myself this is the right way to go. Tickets, file path. This is the path to the file holding serialized state of the in-game ticket system. Alright, and then this one's similar. Serialize the state of the object to be the contents of the given file. This is the path. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Go to that. Paste that there. Get rid of these comments. Unindent. Put that there and there. Go to the end. Multi-cursor, yay. So that should make the test build, and then the test will fail, and we'll fix the tests. And I can actually lift some of the test code to actually do the implementation. Because it's really just make a file object, open the file, read or write, and then close it. Run. Right, so empty and no state. Okay. We should also have a version where it's, so this is load file exists, right? And we should have load where the file didn't exist. File. does not exist. So I don't need any of this stuff, right? In fact, we're going to actually call it destroy, just in case the file did exist. It shouldn't, though. So there is no encoding or writing or closing or any of that stuff. We should just try to load from it and expect an empty map and 1 for the next ticket ID. So that should already work. Because that just means load didn't do anything. We just got a default state. Yay, default state. Alright, to load it when it does exist would be kind of like what save does, right? Right here. So we would make a file for it, which is uses the input path. So we need to be dependent on that now. Why am I writing it when I can copy paste? And this is the first time we might actually be dependent on system instructions? Nah, probably not. Yeah, already dependent on it, so no problem. So we'll make a file. We're going to, what do we do if we can't open it? I guess if we can't open it, we just return. Because it didn't exist or we couldn't read it or whatever. And then let's have another check if... This one's hard to test because this is, we can open the file but we can't read it for some reason. If that's not equal to its size, and then return also, right? And the same thing from the serialization, right? Do we have JSON value? I do. If serialization get type is JSON value type invalid. That's what reform encoding will return if it's not valid, right? Parses object. Oh, we just get the default. A default value is invalid, right? Yeah, default type is invalid. So if it's invalid, that means we couldn't construct it for some reason. If only if we get down to here do we do this deserialize, right? We just call it on ourselves. Deserialize. Wait a minute, what? It's given a vector? So, oh, do I just need to put it in a list like that? Let's see if I can get away with that. Oh, thank you, 0xROM. Does VSC change? Oh, that's, yeah, like what Toulouse just posted. It's, font ligature. Veracode is a font that has the font ligatures built in, but there are other fonts out there. So if I just do, turn that off, then it's back to normal, what you'd expect, right? Turn it on, and then it's nice and mathematical. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I forget which viewer showed me it, but I've seen it in other streams now too. Like, for example, see that way at the top there, the chat overlay? Is stream parrot. Actually, we can just do overlay, right? And made by CM Griffing, and he made a special font, which is Comic Sans with custom ligatures, calls it Drama Sans. So that's another place where, another stream that I know of where you can see custom ligatures in the fonts. Okay, that's load. Let's make sure that that works. That should fix my test for load. What the file exists. Okay, cool. So that test passed, that test passed. Let's show all the tests for ModQ. So save doesn't work because we haven't implemented it yet, right? So it's invalid JSON. It wasn't actually written to, so let's fix that. Save. Save would be, we're going to write the file, so it's kind of like what the load test ends up doing. Open, read, write. Hold on, no. Let me think about this. Save is going to do open read write, yes. So it's going to have a ticket file object, open for read write, and then it's going to get a serialization and then write it out. Like that. And the serialization we get just by calling serialize. Const auto serialization is serialize. And then it's going to be only one of it, right? And then oh, it's a JSON value. Right, we have to say 2 encoding. Got it. Okay. So that should make this test pass. Got it. Okay, so the mod queue can be loaded and saved. So back in the main program, I can just tell it to do that. So we can say, the snapshot didn't have tickets in it, so we want you to load it from disk. So modqueue.load tickets file. Actually, we're giving it a path, so I could just make it const standard string that ticket file path, and then just say the path. There you go. So that's loading. Now saving we do when we get a new snapshot, right? So where was that done again? It was like on snapshot created, right? Yeah. Do we do that in more than one place? Also, we do it on snapshot installed. Okay. That's important because that might, it will come from another server. Okay. One problem is that we're not going to have the tickets in here. We'll have to add that. Oh, wait a minute. No, we don't. No, we don't. We can just, at that moment that we're given a new snapshot, we can say, oh, hey, mod queue object, why don't you save yourself? Yeah. Okay, then that's what we're going to do. Tickets file name. Yeah, this thing. So on snapshot created. Actually, let's make a common function to do it. Let's say save tickets does it. So we'd make the file path prepared, and we would tell it to save. Okay, it needs the mod queue, so that's here. We're gonna say save the current state of the in-game ticket system to well, save it. Param in, presumably it could be modified to mod queue. This is the object managing the in-game ticket system. All right, and then we're gonna call that from 2 places. On snapshot created will do it, and so will on snapshot installed. Oh, and I need to give it shoot. This, neither one had access to it, right? Ooh. Where do we have access to mod queue? Start journal had access to it, but that's because we call it here from main. Dang it. So I have access to that from some of these delegates that I pass in, right? So should I do it from the delegate? Where that on snapshot created is, oh, it's right there. Shoot. Oh, hold on. I can decorate it at that point. And then where's the other one? Snapshot installed. Okay, that we have access to the mod queue at that point, right? Oh, actually, I could if I moved this up. Let's move it up. And kajoink. We moved it up. So we have access to it. I can capture it. There. Actually, if I capture it that way, then I have a shared pointer. Is that what I want? Or do I want... It's a shared pointer that the raft will end up having a reference to. That's okay. That's actually what we want. Right, so this should just do save... save tickets... star mod queue. Alright, and then the other one was... Hold on. So I don't call it from here or the other place because we couldn't. We don't have the access to the mod queue. So on snapshot created, we'll have to decorate that delegate. So we'll end up calling it, but inside of something that we capture mod queue in. The prototype, so it gets a JSON value. So we're gonna forward that through and then call mod queue dot, or get to call save tickets with the mod queue. Whoops. I'm slipping on the keyboard. Okay, cool. So now whenever a snapshot of the game is created, we're gonna save our ticketing system. That's important because if the game were to crash after that, we would always rewind to the previous snapshot and replay the journal, which is what we want to do with this ticket system too. Go back to the last time it was saved and then update from there. Otherwise, we're going to lose consistency. Yeah. This does put a burden on... This is done from the context of this callback. That's probably okay. It's like a worker thread of the executor that's doing it. I think it's allowed to be slow. And it won't call it again until it's done, so it's this thread safe. Okay, I'm happy with that. So do I dare to test this then? So when I run it, the tickets ought to get removed from the very next snapshot and a new file will be created which has the tickets in it. And they won't be versioned because I decided I wasn't going to version it, or should I version it? I could version them for now. That's not too hard. So, the way I version it, there's two places I need to be careful of here, right? The housekeeping goes and removes old ones. Right, there's some 8-digit number and then a extension. Right, so I can have like dot tickets or something. Yeah, so let's do that. We'll call it a special tickets backup file extension. This is the file extension used for backups of the in-game ticket system. Snapshots of the saved state of the in-game ticket system, so it's dot tickets. But the primary one, since it's not in the snapshot file anymore, it's not going to be called game snapshot. It's just going to be called tickets.json. All right, so wherever this is used, yeah. So basically, this is where we delete old ones. This would be backup tickets file is whatever that 8-digit number is, and then tickets. Hold on. Let autocomplete help me. Tickets backup file extension. There we go. All right, and then here's where we create the new one, right? I think what I want to do is like there should be we should just take the original tickets file and move it like we do the old snapshot file. So I'm gonna do the same thing. Hold on, let me think about this. That takes the old generation file, and why are we deleting it like that? Hold on. Forget why I'm doing this. You copied the destroy but didn't change the variable name? Uh-oh. You're correct. Thank you for noticing, Toulouse. This is why Toulouse gets like a lot of stream points. Thank you. But what was I doing here? Old journal file, old snapshot file, new journal file. Old journal file destination. Old snapshot file destination. Oh, okay. It's where we're going to put it. So this should be like... this. Well, we can define it up here. This is backup tickets file destination. Should be the previous generation's tickets backup file there. Sort of. I mean, the next step would be that I hire him to do work on my game. Right? That's the next logical step. If only I had money to hire people. Backup tickets file destination is that. Oh, is it a requirement that he run Linux or Mac? Arch? He's a fake Hideo, huh? He doesn't run Mac. He must be fake. Okay, that we want to destroy. Why do I have an if existing here? Oh, because the previous one might not exist. Right, so we always want to do this, right? Oh, wait a minute, no, not always. So there should be another file name here, right? It's called the tickets file. Tickets file is that, and it's just this. There it is. That's the tickets file. Right. So. If tickets file is existing, backup tickets file destination destroy, and then tickets file dot move to... Isn't that the same as this up here? Why am I calculating that again? Should I just use the path of the other one? You know, why am I doing that? That's weird. I'll have to look at that later. This is just move to the backup tickets file destination get path. Right, so delete the old backup if it exists. Copy the current one to the backup, and then we'll end up making a new one later. Yeah. Good, sounds good to me. Is this like an interview? Are you enough like Hideo to be real Hideo or fake Hideo? It's like question number 1, what's your OS? Question number 2, how many cups of coffee do you drink? The anti-Hideo? Oh no. Alright, do I dare run this? I think I dare. Because I have an old snapshot file I can restore from anyway. So let me look at these files actually. Dir stage acondanol 10 star.snapshot. So the files are about 400k. So the idea would be that it's going to reduce in size and instead we'll have a tickets file separate once this runs, right? And all the game servers will do this. Reserve. There we go. It's running. Let me look at it from another folder. Stage acondanol 10. So it'll wait until the next snapshot before it does it. The tickets file won't exist. No, the snapshot will contain the tickets, so it won't load from a tickets file. But then the next one through the snapshot. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to remove the tickets from the snapshot to begin with. Okay. Let's stop that. I have to go into the executor and have it no longer include the tickets when we create the snapshot. So that's in here, right? Final time. What question do you do? Hey, I got an idea. Is this what you're thinking, Endurn? There would be a Hideo trivia contest? How many cups of coffee does Hideo drink each day? And then there would be a trick question in there, like what is Hideo's favorite Windows app? And then it'd be like, that's a trick question because he doesn't use Windows or something like that. Snapshot. Wow, there's a lot of things in here. What if I show them all and then look for a snapshot? That's all the setup. Okay. Make snapshot when journal long enough. Sure. Okay, I can just adjust this then, because it should not have any tickets in it. Right? I'll just remove any of these. Whoa, there are 13 of them? Wow, okay. We're going to remove them all. So it shouldn't have tickets in there. Right. Snapshots built from clones. What's the test command? Why am I serializing this twice? Oh, this test relies on tickets changing. Add test command is doing a ticket. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, I need to change the add test command then. Okay. Well, what do we expect to change? I guess we would pick something else. Something that's likely going to stay into the serialization. Probably the components. So let's have, I guess we're just going to make a copy here. So const auto components, serialized components before equals that, and then serialized components after. And we're removing the tickets, but we're putting this in place of that, and this in place of that, removing that. Okay. I just need to make sure that test command does a different kind of thing, and something that modifies the components. How about a ECS? Hold on. So let's change. So it's not add mod event. It's like ECS event. But where is this actually? Where, when it's done, what do we expect? Hold on. That just adds to the journal. Oh no, it does a commit event. Okay, so it's actually going to force the executor to execute something. So this actually has to have something in it. This thing. Actions. Okay, so wait a minute. What action can we do that will make a change every time in the executor to the ECS? Let me look. On ECS. Create entity, maybe? Yeah, create entity, because it's going to create a new entity every time, right? This entity number, it'll make a new one every time, because it just increments the counter. So we'll make it a create entity action. So I just need to look, where have I done this before? Okay, so I can create an entity with an empty components list, right? So actions equals JSON array with one thing in it, JSON object with type, no, it's T, right? Create entity. Yep. And a CS, which is an empty JSON array. There we go. And that's the only thing I need, right? Just actions. Yep. So I don't need this stuff. Make a journal entry, publish it. So that will create a new entity every time. It's changing the ECS every time. This one doesn't care. Except for, yeah, the last one should match. Oh, what's this one? Oh, the number of snapshots. Got it. Okay. So yeah, here we depend on the components changing. Okay, so that should be it. You love it when Windows updates, the program stop working? What program stopped working for you? 715209. The only thing I had happen to me was my microphone settings on OBS got reset, and so I went about 5-10 minutes into my stream Tuesday, I think it was, and no one could hear me. Hey, develop it. Forgot to wave to you. All right. Let's try it out. Oh, I was gonna just try out running all of the ones in this one, right? The executor tests. So it should not include the mod queue anymore. So these will fail because I haven't actually changed the executor yet. Right, so make snapshot fails because it has... It should say that it has a mod queue in it, right? Yeah, it has tickets in there when it shouldn't. Cool. Same thing here for the same reason, right? That it shouldn't have the tickets in there. And then this one too. It's hard to see. I'm gonna guess it's the same thing. Yeah, sorry, hi after 15 minutes. What is a bot land? What is a bot land? Go play bot land. All right, let's change the executor to, it should just be like a one-line change to remove that entry in the object, right? So it'll be tickets. Okay, that's one thing. We don't want it to do that anymore because we're calling load instead, right? Wait a minute. No, I'm not. I'm going to delegate it though, right? So, where is that done? This should be calling a callback. Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. Hold on. It somehow comes back to the main, right? It's in a... Oh, no, Raft. We subscribe directly to it from Raft. So, right, the main program directly saves the tickets to disk, or tells the mod queue to save it. But we need to actually get the mod queue out. No, we don't. We do sort of. Hold on, let me think about this. This is an install snapshot from the journal itself, whereas this one is a Raft event. I forget the order of the two. I think this might have been, this comes after this one, which makes sense. Yeah, I need to update this because right now the snapshot is just a single value. Maybe what we do is we extract out the tickets and send them separately. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Raft is how we have run the game in multiple servers. And the reason multiple servers, one of them is generally running the game, but the other two are making constant copies of what's going on. So a snapshot is installed when you add a fourth server here. It has no idea of any game state, so to get it up to speed really quickly, you just say, well, here's the game state. Here's a snapshot of the game. Go install it. And that's what this is. The other one is if a snapshot is created, which happens periodically. So you'd see that in the output window here a lot. When I was actually running it, it'll say making snapshot, all the servers. So server 12 set it, server 11 set it. They all independently make a decision when to make a snapshot. And the reason to do that is if you didn't make a snapshot and then you install a new server, you'd have to tell the server what changed in the game from the beginning of time up to the current present, and that would take way too much time and space. A snapshot is just a condensed, like, what is the current game state now, and just forget about what happened in the past kind of a thing. So we do that periodically. Every time we make a snapshot, we flush the old game journal and start over, and the snapshot is just a new baseline for the game. So that baseline, we're removing the ticketing system out of that and tracking that separately. So it has to be in the snapshot in order to get installed at all. Yeah, I think I'm going to have it in the snapshot. Does that mean I have to undo the executor changes because it'll be in the snapshot? And it's just that the executor doesn't call deserialize on the mod queue directly. We rely on it going into here. Now, where would the other one be? Hold on. It's wherever save tickets is called from the other place. Here. No, that's one place. Is it here? Snapshot created. Yes. Right. And we would take the snapshot and tickets out of that and tell the mod queue about it. Actually, that's how I would... No, wait a minute. No, I don't need to do that. Yeah, we just tell it to save. It's on the install I have to be really careful about. Yeah. Okay. Install needs to have the tickets in it. Creating a snapshot doesn't, because they are we already have the mod queue. Okay. Cool. I know what to do. The where's the last edit? That's the last edit? Okay, then I don't know what I'm doing. Where? I guess I could look at the diffs here. The diffs that I made to the executor tests. Sure, add command, and then what else do we change? Make snapshot does not include the tickets. That's correct. But the install should. Snapshots built from clones. Wait a minute, what? Snapshots build from clones? I don't understand that. I don't know why I named it snapshots build from clones, but what the actual thing is that we end up with a different serialization at the end. Okay, whatever. The weird named test. Do I not have a test? Oh no, there is installed. And it has tickets in there. Okay, I just didn't see that. Okay, we'll have to fix... We'll have to... Oh, wait, no. Hold on. That doesn't change at all. That's right. It's the main program that's got to change. Right. Okay, so in the main program, it's on when the snapshot's installed. The event snapshot, we got to extract the tickets out. Oh, also, when we send a snapshot, it's got to include the tickets from the mod queue, doesn't it? Yes. We're already testing that, right? Let me think. The executor doesn't do that, does it? No, it does. I'm so confused. Tickets, right? This is a poor thing to check, actually. Well, no, we can do that. That's fine. Okay. What is this? Is it only one place where I have this? Only one place. Which is installed snapshot replaces game objects. But I have no check for making a snapshot. Oh, hold on. The snapshot we save to disk needs to be different from the one that we're going to give to another server, because the other server's got to include the mod queue stuff. So it's what we tell Raft, actually. Really? There's no mock Raft from the executor? Or the executor doesn't talk to Raft directly. It talks to the journal. Mock journal, yes. Right, install snapshot. So we need to like verify that this includes the moderation queue, right? No, wait. Hold on. The real install snapshot does what in the journal? RAF. Well, no, journal. Here we go. It holds onto it as a base. Why? Oh, so that it can be used to install on other places. And then we publish the event, and the event includes the installed snapshot there. Right. This is complicated, because if I completely separate the ticketing system from the journaling, then the problem is that the... Oh, I'm being raided again. Makings of a Hero! I hope you had a good stream today. Makings of a Hero is working on a game in Unity. So how did it go today? Took too long to raid. Everyone ditched? That's okay. Hope you had a good stream anyway. I probably won't be going too much longer. But howdy. I'm trying to, like the task above my head, I'm trying to think about how to migrate the in-game ticket storage for my game. So this is the game I'm working on. And like it's off the test environment of it. It's offline right now. But it's like a retro style game, so kind of like Ultima 4, Ultima 5, you know, games from a long time ago. And one of the things built into that is this in-game ticketing system. And right now, all the state for that is coupled with the rest of the game state, and I want to decouple it because eventually I want it to be handled by an out-of-game database and not included in things like the way my game is replicated across a cluster. So all 3 of these servers have a copy of all the in-game tickets. I want to migrate that out so that all 3 servers could potentially go to a 4th server which has a database in it. And that's what I'm working on right now. You stop the same time as I do. We want to see the progress. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, if you want to see the progress, let me demo it a little bit. This is the production game. So some stuff you haven't seen that I didn't add until recently. When an area like this is dark, then you can only see a little bit around you unless there's a light like this torch on the wall which illuminates a certain area. If I go around the corner, then we can no longer see around that corner anymore because the wall is in the way. And another example is here I have a secret wall, like an illusionary wall, so that when I step into this passageway you can't see what's going on here anymore. If I step out, you can't see what's in that passage. So, you know, I don't know if you call that fog of war or object obstruction or what, but we have both that and the lighting system. So as I get, I don't have a good example of a dark area. I guess if I go up here, but still, if you imagine if this hallway continued, we would be completely dark where we could only see 2 squares away. And then as we get close to a light at the end of the tunnel, we'd start to see it on the edge of the screen. So we have that. We have some combat in the game. In fact, these slimes are really ruthless. I'll probably get killed, but let's try. Die! Ooh, I won. I killed the slime. We also have this friendly NPC, and I'm going to cheat a little bit because he's going to get stuck. So I'm going to go to the GM tools here, and I'm going to take that slime there and move him on this side of the fence. See, George is nice and he takes care of the monsters for us. And in fact, if you ask him for help, he will actually lead us out. He's like, follow me. And he'll do all the combat for us and eventually lead us out. That's how far I am so far. It's all a custom game engine, of course, so progress is slow. Oh, I got killed. Let's just respawn in place. And resume following George. You ignored fog of war for far too long, finally went to implement, only took 2 to 3 days. That's nice. Wasn't as hard as you thought. That's cool. But yeah, so I'm still working on this, the mechanics for this intro area where we'll have an NPC that kind of introduces you to some of the game's concepts like combat and looting and navigating through this initial area. And he'll basically, so you don't have to know what you're doing, he'll basically do all the combat for you and you just follow him around. And yeah, that's going to be the intro of the game. The concept, the story concept is that you'll start your existence between the realms. So ignore the statue. That's just Nui, who I allow to look like a statue in the game. But you'll start here and you'll be like, it's kind of like Stephen King's Dark Tower series where you have these magical doorways. And if they're closed and locked, you can't do anything with them. And if they're open, when you step through them, you'll teleport to another world. And the initial world that you'll appear in is in the sewers underneath a town or city or whatever. And that gives the opportunity to have some rudimentary, simple monsters. And this guide, he'll introduce himself as, you know, he's comes down here once in a while to just make sure the area is safe. And he'll say, well, where did you come from? You popped out of nowhere. You know, let me escort you out of here. Let's get you to safety. So that's about it for the story so far. So yeah, today I've been working on cleaning up some of the to-do items, and I started tackling this issue about the in-game ticketing system. It gets quite massive, and a lot of the information is independent of the game's logic anyway. So it really belongs in a separate database on its own, so that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, it's kind of him to be there to rescue me. Kind of what's the word? Kind of a coincidence, isn't it? Don't you think? That he's just there in time for you to pop into the world there for him to save you. And he doesn't really ask too many questions. Maybe he knows something. Anyway, the data storage of the game, it's in 2 stages. So because I use a cluster of servers, the state is replicated across these servers. The idea is that if server 1 here, which is running the game, were to crash, servers 2 or 3, either one, could pick up and become the leader and continue the game, you know, and then allow server 1 enough time to get rebooted and reloaded and all that stuff. And so players of the game wouldn't experience any downtime if 1 or 2 servers crash. If all 3 crash, SOL, right? But 1 or 2 crash, the remaining servers can continue running. So that means all 3 servers usually stay lockstep. They keep their state in sync. And we do this in 2 stages. First, every change to the game, like any NPC or monster that moves, the request to change the monster's position in the game is an entry called a journal entry. It's appended to a journal. So think of it as a sequence of change requests, and that each change request is broadcast to all the other servers, and then as soon as a majority of the servers successfully have written to their journal file the fact that monster wants to move 1 square away, then you can say that is committed, and it's guaranteed as long as the majority of servers know that they've had that command, it won't accidentally get undone due to a crash or a corruption, right? That journal you can expect to get really long. So I think we're into the millions of commands executed in our test environment. So it would be impractical to keep just 1 journal file. So the second stage is that every once in a while the journal is compressed into what's called a snapshot. So instead of having a sequence of commands saying this slime moved up, down, left, up, down, right, down, up, left, it just says, here's the slime right now. He's at x equals 2, y equals 7. Don't know where he used to be. And that's called a snapshot. And so right now the snapshot contains all the data in the game and also the in-game ticket system. This can be independent. I'm trying to remove it from the snapshot. But one problem is that if I were to add a new server to this cluster, that new server doesn't know what the in-game tickets are unless those tickets are included in the snapshot installed by the other servers. So that's the problem. Describing the tech a database uses? Yeah, so the idea would be that if I actually put this into a real database, I'll let the database handle the consistency check and the clustering or whatnot. And this snapshot that I actually manage in my own cluster wouldn't necessarily include that ticketing system. So, but transitioning to it, we have to at least include it for a little bit. So right now the idea that I'm aiming for is keep the ticketing system in a separate file. So when the snapshot is saved to disk, it will not include the tickets. But while it's being transmitted between servers, it will have to include the tickets because that's the only conduit of exchange of data between them. Hey there, Crumpet. And Liquid Egg Product, you were there with the raid. I forgot to say hi. Hi, I like your name, Liquid Egg Product. Things are okay today, Crumpet. I'm doing a mix of organizing my old stream notes and then trying to take on a challenge. Today's challenge was to try to separate the in-game ticketing system from the rest of the game's stored state. Thank you for that follow. Okay, can someone explain what he's coding? It's this game here that you see right on my screen here. So this is all coded almost completely from scratch, and it's a multiplayer online game. So there are different technologies in use. The back end of this game is C++ with Lua scripts. The front end is in the browser, so it's JavaScript. And it's a work in progress. It's going to take a while before it's done. Right now, I'm specifically today working on how I store all of the data to disk. So where was it we were looking at before? Tickets. So this is what's in a snapshot right now. So the configuration of the game, every player who has made an account in the game, all of the things that are in the mail queue, so like emails going in and out. We have some metrics in there, and then this is the in-game ticket system. So I'm in the process of moving that out. The other thing that's missing from here is the components. Why is it not in this list? Oh, because this predates the ECS and it's not required to be in there. So if I look for another one, it'll probably have it. No, I'd have to look for like players. So there we go. There's a more complete one. It's got components, has all of the game entities in it. So when I say like the components or entities, for example, George here, he is composed of 5 components. His entity is 18145. It's just an ID number. So associated with the number 18,145, there are 5 data structures. One of them says how to draw him on the screen. Another one is where is he in the world. And this one is very important. It has all of the traits about George that make him an NPC. So what's his aggro range? What's his dexterity? And other things. What's his home position? So something like this torch on the wall doesn't have an NPC component, but it does have a position and a tile, just like George has. So that is kind of summed up in my notebook, which is also public under the entity component system. I just talked about the entity is just an ID number. Component are those like data structures we saw. And then what actually makes the characters in the game move around are the systems. So there's one system called NPC AI, and that controls like what commands are given to the game to make things move around and fight and stuff like that. And right now, a lot of the systems are written in Lua script. The data is ultimately stored to a JSON structure, and all of the middle stuff between is all C++. So I don't know if I'm going to finish this test today, but I was changing this around so that we want the installed snapshot not to include the tickets, right? But we want it to be included when we install a snapshot from one server to another. I might have to save this for another day because I'm almost out of time, and this is a difficult thing. Let me just review what I've done so far with this. So we'll do this by looking at the commit message. Oh, that was still open? Oops. Close that one. What have I been changing? So I could probably check this in. We added the capability for the in-game ticketing system to save and load directly to its own file. So that goes in here where you can tell it to load or save and it does its thing. And then there's an associated unit test with it, right? So that you can load the file if it doesn't exist, or if it does exist. If it doesn't exist, it just gets a default state where there are no tickets, and the next ticket ID will be 1. And save. Yes, all these go together. This is a complete set of work, right? So add capability for mod queue to load save to from its own file. That can go independently checked in. Hey there, Nicodemus. How are you doing? Oh, I didn't say hi to Firefly, who asked me the question about what I'm doing. There we go. Hi. This is the change that I'm not going to finish today. Well, let's see how far I got. So I defined the concept of backup ticket databases, where it's actually stored on the disk when it's not, like the current ticket database. Right, this is if the snapshot has tickets, load from there, otherwise load it from its own file. Delete old backups. And then save tickets is called, this is where it might be a problem, right? No, this is backup the current. What is this? Yeah, make a backup. Make a new backup every time we rotate the log. This might not be correct, right? This is the install snapshot event. And we're telling those tickets, actually no, that is correct. We're going to presume that when a snapshot is installed, the ticket system got new state, and we're going to say, okay, save it to disk now that you have it. And then this is, okay, this is the one that might not be right. Yeah, this one's incorrect. We don't want to do that. Or no, do I? No, okay, this one's good too. When our server creates a new snapshot, we're also going to update the tickets saved on disk. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Those are actually all good. And that we updated the test so that a test command is not a ticket because that would interfere with things. Right, we don't expect tickets in a snapshot because that's taken out. Some of these might not be right though. I gotta think about it. I need to eat too. I'm gonna save this for later. I'll probably save this for Monday, or I might do it over the weekend. All right. Should I show you guys something before I go? Or maybe work on another small little thing? Maybe just let me glance at my GitHub to see if there was something small I could do before I go. By the way, if you play the test game I have in production right now, and if you find an issue, you can actually put it in here, and it's in GitHub. There's also the in-game ticketing system I was also talking about. I try to mirror that into GitHub anyway. I wanted to pick something that was in the front end. I don't know if I'm going to find anything though. Oh, we could maybe do this one. Avatar selection should use tile from tile set. Right. So the idea with that, in the game right now, you can pick a different avatar image, right? I can do it at any time, change what I look like. One annoying thing is that toast message. I'm thinking about getting rid of it. The problem right now is that this is custom drawn, so it's different from what I have in the admin tools, where when I have tile sets here, these are all drawn from a special React component. This is not. If I were to edit George, for example, his tile, so the whatever control is in here, I want to put here, but this is the new style and this is the old. It looks exactly the same, but if I do inspect element, they'll show up as different things. I don't want to inspect element while I'm showing the production system, so let me move over to the test environment. To do that, I actually have to be running the test environment, so I broke the test environment, didn't I? I won't be able to test this unless I stash the changes I had made. Let's stash the changes I made. I'll stash them, rebuild them, and then look at this one issue. So just do git stash. Yay, they're stashed. Right, and then rebuild. Rebuild. Link. Okay. Start. Game takes a little bit of time to reboot. Have to be a little patient. We're cleaning up old backups here. So it's like has a simple algorithm for rotating the log where we keep like one copy of the game from every month, and then in the last month one for every week, and then in the last week one for every day, that kind of thing. Okay, it started up, so I can go there now. And I can open the debug tools now and show that if I am picking like George, for example, select, and then I inspect that element. This whole thing is a tile set tiles, right? That's what this subject of this bug was. We want to use the tile from tile set for avatar selection, because in here, oh wait a minute, that's not using Chrome. Oh, it's in a loop because I have it open in two places. Let's close that. That's funny. I had it open from two windows, so it was bouncing back and forth between them. But I don't want to use Firefox. I want to use Chrome. But I need to have an incognito window because the main Chrome window has the admin key in it. So let me do this off screen so it doesn't show my JWT by accident. Oh, but I have to log in. Okay, forget that. I'll log in without logging in through Twitch. Ramu chickens. Oh, that's interesting. It took like 2 attempts to log in. Anyway, here I am. So, debug window, and then let me inspect that element there. So, oh, it is a tile set tiles. Did I already do this work and I just forgot that I did it? Huh. Or am I thinking that I wanted both of these are old and I need to replace both of them with what I'm using here? That could be it. If I inspect that element. Oh, it stripped away the React stuff. We should look at it in React, which is components. And then click that again. Click it. Right, tile from tile set. There it is. So these are all tiles from tile sets. So what do I use in this panel then? There's lag, come on. Click, select. So what is that? Okay, that one is a tile from tile set. But the other window will not be using that probably. This one. Components. Pick that. Yeah, so it's like directly in the profile somewhere, right? Wait, why is it only showing clear password button? It's not showing me much more context there. Why? I should be able to see that, for example. I don't think it's loaded correctly. If can I just close that and start it again? This looks broken to me. I think it's broken. It should show more than the clear password button. Anyway, okay, so this is using the correct control, but this is not. I'm pretty sure. I guess I can look at the code to make sure. This one here is a special dialog. So let me find that dialog. Close all the stuff. Source, views, dialogues, tile select dialog, right? Right, so it uses the tile from tile set React component to build each of these entries, and it's putting them in using tiles map, and it's putting it into tile set tiles, which I think I have in my top level CSS. Let me find it. Yeah, so it's just a flex container which wraps at 480 pixels. That's why it only goes that far and then wraps. Same thing, and that is not, I think, because that is in the profile panel. Dialog, so instead it's activities panels profile. And we'll find that under next to email address. Avatars, there it is. So it's the same div, so the same container div, only I bet this avatars is using the old code. Yeah, see, it's hard coded these divs. So I think all I really need to do is, if this is the old way of doing it, and that's the new way, I just need to pull in the new way instead, right? I just need to pull that into there. Hold on, let me think about this. This is given a tile. which has an ID in it. These don't have IDs, so I need to maybe construct one. Animation reference is what? Oh, it's the current date, so we just make one of those. Like right there. Tile set is what? Okay, this was a special avatar tile set, right? Oh, that's back. That's okay. Is that in the game? I look here. It's technically in the game, but I think this one draws from a special built-in one. But we can hack that, right? It just needs the tile set for something. I just need to see what does it need from tile set. I need to go to that thing. Tile set from tile. There we go. So what does it need from tile set? It needs asset. Okay, we can hard code this. So we can make a hard coded asset, frames, and scroll. So we won't have any frames or scroll, right? In fact, it won't have frames. So just go into here. So, right, so we just need asset. So, okay, cool. So we can say tile set equals asset. And then, how does that work? Is it this thing? This whole thing? Hold on, I need to see what does tile do. Tile. Aha. So it's not including the URL parentheses or the slash. So it would just be avatars.png. Okay, cool. So that goes there. Right? And that doesn't work because I actually need it to be doubled. That's an object to pass in for tileset prop. Correct. Okay, and then there's no comma. The tile also needs to be an object, and I saw that that was what? Asset for tile set, and tile had an ID. That's right, an ID, and it was 1 based. So I need to, yeah, just like this is adding 1, I need to do, do I need to do this around it, maybe? I might have to. This might have to be wrapped inside of that div, sort of. No, wait a minute. I think actually this does it. How does that work? How do we know if it's selected or not? That would be under tile, right? How do we know to draw a selection reticle around it or not? I guess it would be here. How do we do that? Oh. So there is something around it. Yeah, I need that. I need that here. Oh, I already had it. I already had it here. So that goes around it. That goes in there then. In place of this old style div. Okay, I got it. So the tile will have an ID in it, which is ID plus 1, because it's 1 based. I think that's what I need to do to and just replace that, right? Let's check it out. It's not defined. I need to import it. Tile from tile set, like that. Can't resolve because it's relatively... How many paths up? 3? Yeah. No, 2. There we go. Why can't it connect? It's having trouble connecting to the game sometimes. I don't know why. Is that because one of the servers is not running? Well, they're all running. Weird. Oh well, I'll look at that later. Hey, it worked. That was easy. I can mark that one off. Cool. We can say we did it. We did it. So we pulled in tile from tile set and we're using it in place. So we just needed an animation reference and we had to hard code the tile set because it's the old hard coded tile set right now. So we just hard code it and we hard code the ID and nothing is animated, which is fine. So to make these animated, I would have to start using the actual tile sets from we have to find out what the tile set ID is. We have to know it's 48, and then these can be animated just like some of these are. The way that I animate them is I allow them to have multiple frames with frame times, kind of like how you do it in a GIF or whatever. And there's also the scroll flag, which is how I do the scrolling water or the lava. So if the scroll flag is set, then the time divided by 32 is how much time it takes before it's scrolling 1 pixel, and that's why the glyph is in here twice, because it's taking the it's sampling from this based off of an offset that's from 0 to 31, and then wraps back to 0. That's how you get that continuous effect. Anyway, this is the new avatar tile set, whereas this one is the old one. Happens to use the same ping image, but these can't be animated until I actually pull from a real tile set and not from this faked one. But that's okay. We'll just say this is fix issue number what? 163. The title of that was Avatar Selection Should Use Tile from Tile Set. So fake the tile set for now, since basically the actual tile set isn't included in the player's profile yet. Right, it's just hard-coded to be null or something like that. Okay. So we'll say replace the old hard-coded div with an instance of the tile from tile set component to render the selections a player can make for their avatar image. Cool. That is done. Oh, let me take that, copy that into the bug. Paste there. And say that that is awaiting release. And comment, not close yet. I should probably have one in there for the avatar. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, I don't have an issue in here yet. It should be use actual tile sets for player avatars. Currently, player avatar information predates the formal tile sets in the game. The front end compensates for this by always drawing from the avatar's ping asset if the tile set is missing from the information given by the renderer, right? Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up after doing this, entering this bug. So this should be fixed by including player's avatar's tile set entity reference with the player's information, and then using this in the front end, both when rendering and when selecting an avatar image. Selecting the avatar image I might take out of the player's power though, because right now it's just people could pick what they want, but I might restrict it to be like, your appearance is based off of choices you make in the game, or maybe you have to go to a barber or a clothier or something to change your avatar image. And so it would be driven by in-game logic and not the user interface. Let's make this labeled enhancement. Enhancement, sure. Cool. I'm gonna leave it at that. This is committed. Happily finished at least one bug with her. Clothier, yeah, where you get new robes for your awesome mage or whatever. New mage robes. Change the color of your clothing. Isn't it clothier? I don't know. My English gets poor at 4.5 hours. I need to go eat something. Everything's checked in, right? Mugget status L. Cool. We can close that now. We're done with that. And we're done with that. We're done with all these windows. I changed message headers. Oh, I forgot to fix that. I was gonna fix that. Okay, we'll defer that on yet another day. Didn't know that was a word? How do you unlearn it now? Why would you want to unlearn it? It's a real word, isn't it? Define clothier. A person or company that makes, sells, or deals in clothes or cloth. It's a real word. It's a real word. Maybe I'm not pronouncing it right though. Okay, I'm gonna end it there. Not sure what I'm gonna do on Monday. I do need to continue working through my old notes. So like today's notes said, I need to go through past notes and to-dos and put them in the right bins and stuff like that. So I'll probably continue doing that. I think I left off on 77, so I need to catch up to 282, right? So what is that? I'm roughly a quarter of the way through. Oh, you too, TS Joss. Hope you have a nice weekend. So I don't know how much of this I want to do on stream. It's kind of boring for people, I think. So I might do this over the weekend or something. Try to catch up in my notes, and then I need to really get back to this performance issue where the scripts in the game are slow because of how many times I'm doing path searching and aggro searching, and perhaps might optimize these by pushing more of it into the C++ and doing caching. So a lot of problems I have to address there. So I really need to get back to that. Maybe I'll get back to that on Monday. We'll see. So I hope everybody has a good weekend. Let me leave you with another stream that is cool. Or maybe I should take advantage of the category and look for someone who has very few current viewers who looks interesting on science and technology. Should we just do that? We go on science and technology and find someone with only less than 5 views who looks interesting, and then maybe raid them. Yeah, do that. Someone we haven't. How about someone I have raided before, or someone who I haven't? Because I could raid Spherus. She only has 4 viewers, but I've raided her a lot in the past. I'm tempted to raid Spherus, or I could pick someone new. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Meeting new people is good. It's always RNG though, because if I don't know them, I don't know if they're a good streamer or not. I'm looking for someone who has a webcam, who doesn't have a tiny font. Yeah, see, a lot of people will stream code development, but they'll use a small font, and it's irritating. Well, thank you for watching. Thank you for all the follows and all that. I'm still looking. Does someone have a suggestion? Nobody really has big fonts. A few people do. There was one that I was watching yesterday who had a nice large font and no one was watching, and it was really fun and entertaining. And I'm like, how come no one's watching this guy? He was doing AWS Lambda stuff. It was BeginBot. That's who it was. I'll give a shout out. But I don't think BeginBot is streaming right now. He was doing AWS Lambda stuff with a really nice font, and he was really entertaining. But he's not going right now. How can I rate him if he's not streaming? Got rid of statics? What? Don't steal the code? What would happen if I raided the chicken stream? I'm just kidding. Don't know shots fired or compliments. I'm sure it was a compliment. Oh, I don't know. I think we'll just raid Spherus. Meets the requirement that not a whole lot of people are watching, right? I just have to make it through the ad here. So raided Spherus before. She doesn't have a whole lot of people watching. She's working on a game in Unity. It is a, what would you say, makings of a hero? Is it? It's not. Is it a battle royale? Or is it just a shooter, third person? I get these terms mixed up. Oh, she's not doing game dev. She's playing a game. Well, an ARPG. I thought she was working on her game, but she's playing a game. Can't do that. Anyway, I would rate Spherus if she's doing game dev. If you want to watch her playing, I think she's playing League of Legends, then that's fine. I should raid Lurks. How dare she have fun? Should I raid her anyway? Even though she's playing a game? Yeah, you can watch her play. That's fine. Fun is for the weak. How about someone who has the title coding? I don't know what he's coding though. Well, let me listen in. He's not really coding, he's just chatting. Sorry it's taking me a while. Let me just pick someone. How about we'll pick Callow Creation? He only has 5 people watching. He's in the live coder stream. He looks like he's just sat down again. He's a really fun guy. He works on TwitchBot in Node. Yeah, we're gonna rate him. Callow Creation. Here we go. So hopefully you'll have fun. He's an awesome guy. He's very fun. He's working on TwitchBot. A lot of people work on TwitchBots. So kind of interesting, I think. Yeah, I'll see you guys back on Monday. Let me get this set up to go. And, yep. See you, everybody. Have a good weekend, okay? Bye.